With all those picks, Bobby Marks, our front office expert.
How do guys, we're back. We're going to try this again.
Oh, wow. Wow.
What happened?
16 and 18.
You'll see.
What can they do? Can they package those two picks and maybe jump in
there
the
it
top
is,
14 here? 3 second-round picks. But here's the thing. A whopping future first-round picks here. And they are looking for the next James Harden and Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. Hopefully they can maybe find them in this year's draft.
All right, guys, I apologize. Our stream got taken down. Apparently I was playing too much at ESPN. So I've got the sound going. We're going to try this again. Apparently it's a crazy pick coming up, though.
Yes.
Which I'm kind of excited. See, just find out the draft, man. Because to me, 6 should be, who's this, the Thunder?
Yep.
Yeah, this should be, James, Book Night or something, or it should be, a person like that. But y'all's reaction makes me think it's like Alperen Şengün or something fucking like that, man.
No, not that crazy.
Well, I think Book Knight as a shot maker is probably the pick. If
it's not Moses Moody, is it?
Kuminga with a bigger.
That would break my heart. He's 1-6, dude.
Oklahoma City versus their 3 first-round draft picks tonight. The pick is in.
All right.
Commissioner Adam Silver will step to the podium.
Like, I wonder if I mute it, maybe, if I can play it. What?
Number 6, the exact pick.
Vindication, baby. Oh, my God. That has to feel good, dude. That has to feel so good.
Look, I mean, when you're that good in a pro league against grown men and some who have played in the NBA, you're not going to go that far. Like, I would love it if we had gotten to 10 to the Grizz, but I thought it was far-fetched, and here we go.
That's I love that we look smart. It fucking makes me feel so good, man.
If Book Night goes next, I'm just gonna I'm gonna send our mock draft to every NBA team.
Yeah, and if Keon Johnson goes 8, I swear to God, I'm gonna find out who's commenting bad against us and go at them.
If that happens, they're gonna just have to broadcast us directly on ESPN.
Oh, dude, that is amazing, man. That's awesome. Good for Chip there. Because, I mean, like, out of all the comments on our video, I mean, like, 10 of them were like, there's no way Giddey's going 6. Way too high for Giddey. Just and then obviously he goes, man. Like,
Come at me, bro. What can I say? Come at me. Like, you come at the king, you best not miss,
Let's check out Chip's big board. Wow. And you had Giddey 7. So you actually thought Moody was the better prospect there.
I just think that for me, Moody is a little safer. I do think that Giddey's shooting is a concern, and it could possibly not work out. I mean, that's very much on the table.
Yeah.
But look, like, he's awesome. He's a great passer, has an unreal IQ, unreal feel for the game. Is not a ball stopper at all. Continues constantly making the right decisions. Makes one-handed passes, two-handed passes, transition, half court. Like, the guy's incredible. 6'8" point guards that do that stuff just don't grow on trees, and especially ones that are extremely productive in pro leagues. I think that a lot of people learned from the Luka thing, and hopefully they'll continue to learn from the now Josh Giddey situation. That these guys who are awesome at 18 years old against grown men, it's going to translate to the NBA.
Yeah, dude. And to be fair, I am kind of glad that they took him over us taking him, because I'm sure he'll be good or something, but I just don't want us to have to take that big of a risk after moving up and stuff. I'd rather our pick be a little bit safer, even though it is more of a high potential guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it does, from a Grizz standpoint, throw a wrinkle that someone's going to come down, right? Whether it's Book Night, Kuminga is now, I feel very much in play. Although this is it, this Warriors pick to me was the big inflection point in the draft, where
really?
what they do, I think sets the course for what happens with the Grizz. Do they go Franz? Do they go Kuminga? Do they go Book Knight? Like, I just don't think anyone knows what they want to do because, like, the Warriors could just go any direction. It wouldn't surprise anybody.
I was thinking pick 5 was that because we didn't really know what Orlando would do. But
and
I mean, like
the top 5 went like the top 5, right? Like it
exactly.
was the same 5 guys. Like 6, this was surprising. This was surprising, but I think that the Warriors too is like this is a big pick coming up.
Yeah. I think it's like that because we know that they're also trying to trade and stuff and everything. And who knows if this pick is even for them, and stuff. It could easily be for maybe the Lakers or who knows, or Portland. Right. I mean, like maybe they package all this plus James Wiseman and Andrew Wiggins and go get somebody or something. I know that you've been anti that package because you want no part of Wiggins.
Yeah, I'm not a Wiggins guy at all. Yeah, no, absolutely not. That's just a big contract to take for like. If you go back and watch the game where the Grizzlies knocked out the Warriors in the play-in, like watch Andrew Wiggins in the second half. He does not do Golden State a whole lot of favors there, and that you're paying him over $30 million a year. So. I guess we're less than a minute on the clock here. It looks like Golden State's probably going to end up making this pick.
I would assume it has to be Kuminga, right? I mean,
according to Woj, Kuminga's at the top of their board here, but they are discussing trades for the number 7 pick.
That makes sense.
I bet it's Memphis. Are you fine with number 10 and Brandon Clark to go get Kuminga?
Yeah, I'm okay with parting with Brandon Clark to move up to 7.
Yeah.
I think that everyone has said, like at least all the intel stuff that we've read from the Grizzlies standpoint, is they want Franz Wagner, like even more so than Giddey was the one that was always not there, but it's because Franz Wagner was gone at 7, 8, or 9.
Yeah.
So I like, do they make it like, all right, let's say Kuminga's the pick here. Like, I think they probably have to get in front of Sacramento to get Franz because again, you look at the intel stuff, that's who they're in on too. So it'll be interesting. Maybe they're good sitting where they are. How crazy
would it be if Moody is what's left and they have to like reluctantly take the guy that all of us have wanted for the last like 4 months, and they're like, all right, I guess we'll take Moody, and it's like we're all screaming like take him, he's great, man. To answer like my own question, if the Grizzlies get Franz Wagner and Josh Christopher, I think that's a pretty good draft. You get like a future 3-4 guy and then a guard who could be maybe as like an elite, like, rim finisher and like, everything else or whatever. I think I would be very excited.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right, here we go. I will say if the Grizzlies draft Christopher tonight, I will buy his jersey tomorrow.
Jonathan
there you go.
Kuminga, baby.
Yeah. All right. I'm a little sad just because he was like everybody's, top pick and stuff. And folks think, he has like a really great body and stuff. He looks, like a man. He could be really versatile on defense. How do you think he fits with Golden State there?
My read on this is they think Kuminga probably is the best prospect available and would be most attractive in like a win now type trade, right? Like they would rather have this type of talent to include in trades down the line because like I think that it's going to take some time for Kuminga to be ready. I don't think he's going to be able to contribute, at least in a significant way, in year one to a team that is looking to contend like the Golden State Warriors are. So, I don't know that he really fits. I think that they could probably use him to entice another team to part with a veteran star.
Not to mention that, but like Kerr hated James Wiseman last year, so I don't think he wants any part of like a long rebuild.
That's a raw front court between those two.
Yeah. And it's like people think that maybe at 14 they'll go with like in Davion Mitchell if he falls to there. I would expect Chris Duarte actually at 14 if he's still there. I swear to God, if the Grizzlies traded up to get Chris, I will cry publicly here on the stream. It'll be awful. I'll have to excuse myself for a second.
Well, with Book Knight and Moody looking like they're going to be available, I don't know.
I mean, dude, I would much rather have fucking Book Knight over Chris. I mean, like, give me like the dude that's like 3 or 4 years younger and could fulfill a role and stuff. I don't need a dude that's like 30 years old.
Well, there goes France. Orlando's taking him at 8.
There goes Franz. He was my favorite for the Grizz, but he was always a long shot for us.
Yeah. So
even 10 wasn't high enough.
So let's see here. So if they go there, do the Kings go Book Knight?
There's been talk about Şengün here too.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense. Because
I can see Moody too. Moody would make some sense for them.
Yeah, I mean, like they're trying to get off of Buddy. I just don't know. Is Halliburton a pure 2? You think?
No, I think he can play.
He's a point
for sure. I mean, he can play either one, but yeah.
I mean, he just looked really good next to Fox. And I hate that the Kings haven't been, really great because like Fox is amazing. Like he's one of my favorite point guards in the entire league. Like he's so much fun to watch. He's just crazy explosive. He's fast. He's a killer. He gets after it on defense. He's so much fun. I hate that his teams have been so shitty. He kind of deserves more. All right. I guess I'll wait for the pick here, man. Jesus, come on now. So annoying.
I do not. I just the more I think about this pick for the Warriors, I just don't think they're keeping it. I don't think so. It's obviously hasn't been reported that they're making this pick for another team. I really just think that they're making this pick knowing that he could be an attractive asset for another team.
I mean, late night trades happen, man. I mean, I remember a long time ago, the Grizzlies drafted Kevin Love and then trading away for OJ Mayo, which was awful.
Yep.
And I was at the very end of the draft. So I mean, that could easily happen. There's a story that Rudy Gay was in I think New York, and OJ Mayo came in and Rudy ran up to him and said, "Yo, man, we're playing together." And OJ was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" He was like, "Dude, you just got traded to the Grizzlies," because that's how the league works, man. You are fucking commodity. Franz Wagner, dude. Gary Parrish does not like him. He thinks that he wasn't the best player on his team for 2 years, basically in college. He thinks that because people say his best thing is team defense, that he doesn't really. I don't know. I mean, to me, he could be like a Gallinari or something. He's 6'10", 6'11". He can ball handle a little bit. He can shoot it at times. Whatever. His potential. If he maxed it out, I could see a Peja that actually played defense. Which I don't think he'll ever get there, but that's a hell of a prospect. I do that and he could shoot, and he could guard the 2, the 3, and the 4 and stuff and everything.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a good comp for France. It's interesting. Maybe Batum or something like that, the Apex version of Nick Batum,
okay,
who was a pretty high-level basketball player.
Yeah, I don't think he's as good of a ball handler though. I mean, Batum was one of the first, modern, point forwards and stuff.
That's France. I mean, he's 6'9". He says that he may even be up to 6'11". He's a pretty
I saw that also.
Really good team defender. Can operate out of the pick and roll. Pretty projectable jump shot. There's a lot to like about France. France was probably Moody were probably my two guys for the Grizzlies. Excuse me, Moody, and Giddey were probably my guys for the Grizz. So two of those three are gone, and we still have to survive a pick here to get Moody.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
we'll see.
At this point, I'm kind of excited. I mean, like either way, I'm happy because I know that you're not super high on Book Knight, but
I'm not.
I love his game. I love he's a 6'5" guard who can handle and he scores on people and stuff. He's not a bad playmaker. He's just kind of small, but he's got good bounce. His shot is his biggest problem. Let's look at your board real quick.
Yeah, so Moses Moody, the highest guy. He and Garuba, the only top 10 guys.
Yeah.
Left.
You got Boat Knight at
Garuba will not go top 10. He'll go.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
James Springer will probably be a lot.
Yeah, you're very high on Springer here.
I am. Yeah, big fan.
Also very high on Highland.
Love Bones.
Love Bones. I noticed that you're not a fan of James Earl Robinson.
Sorry, my dogs are very loud.
I don't think you're a big fan of James Robinson Earl, right?
He's fine. He's a second round pick. You know,
is he? Because he's not on your he's not on your list.
Oh, did I leave him off? No, he's 50.
Yeah, man. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, yeah. He's at 50.
Okay, I know I'm not too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's crazy is that like if the Grizzlies can get Weiskamp here or Grimes, Todd, any of these dudes, I'm excited about it, man. They're like 40.
I feel like we're pretty deep into the Kings draft, and no one has scooped it yet. And
really,
you know, it's kind of interesting.
It's very interesting. Actually.
If Moses Moody goes here, I would be okay trading back from a Grizzlies perspective.
Really?
Yeah.
How? Oh my god, dude, that would be like the most Memphis thing to like trade up and take on all this extra fucking salary and then just trade right back down. Like, oh, it would be so embarrassing. Ugh. Let's see here. Is that James? All right.
That's Moses Moody, I believe, that they just
No. How was James in the suit? Him right there. Isn't it?
I believe that's Moses. Still, no one has scooped it though, so like we don't know.
All right. Well, once his pick is in, I'm gonna go run and grab my first my first monster drink.
What if the Grizz take Shingun at 10?
No, don't say
that. I thought about that.
No.
That would be,
what if they do?
Big time analytics pick. Oh,
yeah,
okay. I just saw the Kings pick.
Okay, well don't spoil it.
I will. Yeah.
Alperin, he has a lot of talent, man. I just don't think that's where. Right now.
What are the Kings doing, dude?
I agree. Yep. I'm not mad. I'll just say that.
Okay. Well, I'm excited.
Andrew, here it comes. Yeah.
All right. Let me put this on real quick.
Oh man.
Oh, hold on. On here. Oh, okay. Here we go. Let me wait until Adam Silver actually walks up, and then I'll throw it back on screen. I don't want YouTube fucking pulling us again.
I'm just going to say I've always been a huge fan of everything the Kings do in the draft. I love them so much, and they've made a great decision. Thank you so much.
It's just free
content. They make it easier for the rest of us, don't they? Yeah.
Like, how can people be worse and not be held accountable? Like, I mean, Divock has been so bad. Luke Walton has been so bad, and they just don't fire anybody.
They've got the backing of ownership.
It's crazy to me.
Simple, yeah.
What amazing job security.
It really. Oh man.
I'm super excited now to hear who it is.
I love that you have no idea. That's awesome. I'm glad that you're going to be able to see this live.
Yeah, I like because I didn't want to have the Grizzlies pick ruined for me, you know, and stuff. So like I don't have any Twitter stuff up.
Okay, now there should be no inkling of Shingun on the. Sorry to spoil it a bit there, but there should be no. Not.
Wow, you know what, man? That's a weird pick. That's a
weird pick. That's a weird pick.
I like so I know that Chip's not super high, but like Schmitz and those guys are like super high on him.
Good for them. They got the second best Baylor guard in draft, so I'm happy for them. You know, I remember when they got Papagiannis, who was like the 10th best international player that year. At the
oh my god!
Pick. So, like I said, I've always been a huge fan of what the Kings do.
Yeah, I don't get it. They already have Fox and Halliburton. What are they doing? Yeah. Why are they getting like another guard that's not big? Oh, I'm so confused. But
because they want us to have Moses Moody.
I'm right back. Let me talk.
All right, man. That trade up to 10's looking better and better.
If they end with Moses Moody, man, I like. This was totally worth it, right?
I remember our first mock draft, you being super high on him. So
yeah, he's 6 on my board. And I just think like even from like day one, there's not been a player that fits better and it should be picked in this range than Moses Moody. Like this would be a pretty big hit. But I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of different directions they can go. I don't think Şengün's off the board. Like
nobody spoiled anything.
You'll find analytical models that have Şengün like the number 1 player, and we know the Grizz love analytics. So
yeah,
Schmidt had Giddey as like the 5th best player, I think, or something.
Yeah, well, Giddey's awesome. Come on, of course they do.
Nitro.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, his
so like if y'all see the picks, don't say it. I don't want to be full.
No spoilers
mode here. Yeah, no spoilers.
Spoiler-free Grizz figure.
Text over here from people, and like I'm not looking at my phone. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do it. So at this point, if it's James or Moody, I'm cool. Either one, I'm cool with. I know Chip's not, and clearly I've got Moody up here on my board. I would rather have Moody or whatever, but you know, it is what it is.
Like if it's book night, I'll talk myself. Like whoever it is, I'll talk myself into it, right? But like, yeah, Moses Moody would be. I would like sprint to the. Oh my god! Holy shit!
Okay, well don't.
Wow!
Not.
Wow! Holy shit!
Oh no!
Wow! I don't hate it. I'll say I don't hate it.
Okay.
I don't hate it.
Okay. Nobody ruined it for me. All right. It's all David Mitchell. God dang it. Okay. Well. Oh, no. I'm super worried now. Y'all's faces are not very.
I mean, it's definitely out of left field here, man.
Oh no! Are you kidding me?
I don't hate it. I'm totally cool with it. Totally cool with it.
If Chip, okay, so I'm gonna guess it's Zaire Williams. Is what I'm gonna guess because I know that Chip likes him, and he's cool with him. And I know that we had talked about it a week ago that he wouldn't fall to us at 17. Because I thought he would go like 13 or 14, but.
Ooh, man. I think they moved up to get this guy specifically. But I don't think any of us had an inkling.
Why is it taking so long? I'm going to crush this Monster Nitro.
According to Woj, this guy is in fact at the top of the Grizzlies draft board.
This is fun, man. Like like it's surprising, but it's fun.
Is it? It's not Chris Duarte, right?
It's not. No, I would have
a very different reaction if it was. Chris
okay. So because when you saw it, your head hit your couch. I was like, please don't be Chris. Please don't be Chris, man. Oh my god.
It just shocked me.
It was like a really negative reaction.
Oh.
It is kind of a shocking pick.
David, we wanted either. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me put this up real quick. Moses Moody. But apparently it's not going to be that. So we'll see who it's going to be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Zaire Williams, baby.
Yeah. You know, I don't hate it either. I know that Chip and I watched a bunch of his tape, and I saw his 5-on-5 interview about 3 weeks ago, and I loved his answers. I loved him breaking down film. He seemed very self-aware of what he lacked, which I think shows that he's also humble. He had a weird year. I mean, Moses Moody, I think on paper makes more sense, but Zaire, dude, it's so funny. In my Five Guys draft video, I brought up that Zaire had way more potential than Moody, but that Moody checked more early boxes right now. So it was literally 1 and 2, man. So like, I'm not mad about it. It's all good. I agree with you, David. Ja and Moody would have been really good. Zaire does project as a pretty good shooter. I think he shot like 80-something% Chip from the line.
Yes, yes, like he is a very, very capable shot.
Yeah, so his touch is actually pretty good. He mentioned that he took a lot of bad shots. That he just it was a really weird year for him and stuff, and he thought that his hesitation backup crossover move could beat anybody, and so he kind of just forced up some bad shots at time. I think he got lost there, but he's crazy versatile, awesome wingspan, great length. He's gonna grow into his body. He could be Kyle Anderson with like hops, it's like, so I think he can be pretty good, man.
Like, this is a good situation for him too. Like, he comes into a team where he's not going to be asked to do a whole lot from day one. And he can really kind of just ease his way in. Zaire was a guy so I rely pretty heavily on analytics because I don't have time to watch 30 games for every single player, right? And so the Zaire's analytics are not that awesome because he didn't have that great of a year at Stanford, to be honest. Let's be honest. There's a lot of ways to explain that away. Like, Stanford got hit pretty hard with COVID. Zaire had a death in the family. Stanford was living out of hotels for the majority of the season. It was a weird year for them. And so I go back and I watch like 4 or 5 Zaire Williams games, and I was like, holy crap, man. Like, if it comes together, I mean, you're talking about a 6'9", 6'10" guy who can operate out of pick and rolls, who has a ridiculous shot-making ability, and who defends, like, who can really move his feet defensively and has massive size on the wing. All right, so you asked, and I said, the one thing they got to get from this draft is a big wing. Zaire's a 6'10" wing who operates out of the pick and roll, shoots jumpers. He is the guy. I could go dig up a tweet. If the Grizz front office is in, I am all the way in. So I'm in. Like, let's go do it. I'm good with it.
I mean, if they had taken Jalen Johnson here, I thought I'd been excited. I mean, like, I fully trust them at that point with their draft. We'll see with trades and stuff and how all that stuff works, but they haven't missed yet. So until they give us a reason not to trust them, I'll be excited. I mean, like, I had talked myself into Zaire Williams, and he said that his favorite player is Kevin Durant. And he mentioned that when KD came into the league, he couldn't really, he wasn't very strong, and he couldn't bench the bar and And he said that, like, he's trying to model his game after KD's. Obviously he's not the scorer that Durant was in college. He was awesome in college. But I'm cool with it, man. I wish my background was like a little different, but it's all good.
I don't think. Ideally, I think this guy is gonna operate in a transition style offense, and I think you're gonna see the Grizz play more and more of that with Valanciunas out of the picture. I think I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I like it, man. And then he could profile as a number 1 defensive option maybe at some point in his career. And we've got Dylan Brooks on the roster right now. So
I was going to say
he's a backup.
The one thing that he said in his interview was that he doesn't like people to score on him, and that pisses him off. So him and Dylan are going to be hell on the wings because Dylan hates being scored on. So I feel like if Brooks can take him under his wing, put him in like a film room and stuff with him, and just like teach him how to get low, So it could be like a lot of fun, man. Him, Adams, and Brooks just like causing hell for everybody. Be great.
I'm in. Yeah, let's go. Like, let's rock. Like, Zaire, let's go. Like,
all right. So
yeah.
11 is the Hornets, right?
Yep, this Şengün. This just feels Şengün to me. Like, they need a center, and Şengün's the best one. Like, this makes
for
sense.
some reason he feels more like a 12 pick to me, like to the Spurs. I don't know. Like I feel like that's like a match made in heaven for them.
No,
Yeah,
I don't disagree.
We have a lot of like good younger talent, but we like all of us have talked about this. We need to consolidate some of these younger guys and, you know, swing a little bit here and there, because like, you know, we have too many okay players and not enough great players. John needs help, and hopefully Jaren is healthy this year, because, you know, he projects well, and Brooks has looked pretty good. So I'm okay with this year being like a step back year, though. You know, like, even though I wouldn't be shocked that we have another, you know, season of like 39 wins or something, though.
I do want to say, just for the record, that like Zaire has a pretty low floor. Like, if it doesn't come together and the Stanford stuff was real, that's concerning. Like, it's gonna be hard for him to land in the NBA. Like, he's gonna have to get stronger. He's gonna have to really refine his handle. He's going to have to like just make a lot of leaps that 18, 19-year-olds have to do to play against 28, 29-year-olds. You know, this is going to be a slow process, right? Like, this is not something this is not Desmond Bain. This is not Brandon Clark. This is not Xavier Tillman. Like, this is a project, okay? And the Grizzlies were okay with it. But that's what you're signing up for with Zaire.
Let's see here. 11. The Hornets definitely need a big man. I wouldn't be shocked if they go. I had mocked Davion Mitchell here, but it is what it is. Is that pick already in, or are we still waiting on it?
I have seen that one.
I'm sure Woj is up to like pick 20 at this point. All right. Here we go. Yeah, David, I totally agree, man. Like, it's been from like Barnes going at 4 to Josh Giddey at 6. Even the Grizzlies, James Booknight. Okay. Even the Grizzlies taking, you know, Zaire there. But that's why the draft night is so awesome, man. Like, you just never know what's going to happen. It's super fun. Chip's camera dropped out there. I'm gonna wait till he gets back on, and then I'll throw him back on. Frank, so far, what's your favorite pick?
So far, my favorite pick. Let me look at the board here.
Oh, there we go. Chip, how do you think James fits in with the Hornets? Nope. Can you hear us? Nope. Okay. So obviously they start LaMelo at the 1, and then they put James at the 2, right? They keep Miles at the 3.
I like Jalen Suggs for Orlando. I think between him and Franz Wagner, the Orlando just got an immediate shot in the arm. I mean, 2 franchise type dudes there, 2 franchise altering dudes there. So,
well, I mean, at the worst, like Franz is going to be a really good role player.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Jalen Suggs has, you know, we don't really even know what his real potential is. So, yeah, I just think I really like that pick there. It kind of fell in their lap, but they did good not passing up on him there. I'll say that much. Yeah,
I do. I'll say if Moses Moody falls to Golden State at 14, like, holy shit, like that would be crazy.
Would Zaire Williams have been there at 17?
I don't think so.
So Zaire was getting talked as high as 8 this week.
Yeah.
The Magic really liked him at 8. So no, I don't think he would. Like, at one point in the process, I would have said maybe, but I don't think so.
Yeah, okay. I think like a month ago he was mocked at like 20, and then he's been having so many good workouts and like and his measurables and everything have just been off the charts. All his interviews have been great, and so it's like him and another player just like slowly started, you know, just like going just bam 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 for Josh Giddey. Both of them just had a bunch of just like really good workouts, like interviews and stuff and everything, and just like fired up boards. I'm excited though, dude. Fucking Vegas is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna have Desmond Bain, Xavier Tillman, Zaire. Yeah, man. Keon got a lot of love early. His combine was great. Like his 48-inch vertical was like jaw dropping, and then he just started slowly dropping back down because his like overall skill set was not that deep. Let's see. Spurs are at 12. Man, I feel like
This is an interesting pick. Like I have no idea where they're going to go.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to go either Garuba or like Alperen here.
You just think they're going to go with the international guy.
I really do. But only because
You just assume at this point.
yeah, it's just because like every time it's almost that, man. Let's see. How much longer do you think Popovich has?
Forever. I hope he coaches forever. I love Greg Popovich. He's the best. I mean, he's beat the Grizzlies a lot, so that sucks. But like, he's the best.
Do you think Team USA has a chance to win gold?
No, I don't think they're going to medal.
Man.
I'm just
No
kidding.
medal.
No medal.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Yeah, I watched them play like Iran, and Iran's just not good. I was just like, man, how did they even make the fucking tournament? Like, Jesus. Like, they're playing like 38-year-old Ahmed Haddadi at their center and stuff, and they had like nobody else.
I want Ahmed Haddadi to play as long as Greg Popovich is coach.
Nice. Spain looks really good. They're just really old. I don't know if they have enough athletes to keep up with America. Because if their shots aren't falling, I just don't trust them, man. So it's really gonna. I mean, I'm shocked that like Josh Giddey didn't make the team for I can't talk, man. For like Australia, whatever.
Oh, he played. I mean, he played a couple games with them.
Yeah,
I just think he did not do Olympic stuff.
Yeah, he was the like final cut.
Well, because I mean, he wasn't gonna risk injury to play in the Olympics. You know?
Okay.
That's just I don't know that. I don't know. I didn't text Josh Giddey to get that info.
And,
Just
I was shocked that like Nigeria is so talented.
they got some dudes, right?
Yeah, they do, man. What is Woj talking about here? Oh, I'm sorry. That's Bobby Marks. I just saw a white guy with glasses. Like, yeah, okay, that's Woj. I'm getting texts about Zaire.
Yeah, my phone blew up. That's why. Oh my God, the Spurs! Holy.
Fun. I like
this
it.
This
I like
is 50 times crazier than the Zaire Williams pick. This
nice.
is. Oh my! That my head just exploded. This is Papa Giannis crazy.
Oh my God, you're right, dude. Wow.
Is it like Isaiah Jackson?
No, like you got to go further.
Whoa, further?
This guy is
JT Thor.
They could have maybe traded back like 15 picks at least. Like, wow. I kind of like it though. I like being different.
Man, everybody is like, who?
I agree.
I think they just took the youngest player in the draft.
Hold on. The youngest player in the draft.
Yeah, I believe he's the youngest player.
Age.
I thought Josh Giddey was like the youngest player in the draft, or Jonathan Kuminga was. Because like, I'm waiting for the pick to come in here the old school way.
Wow. Yeah. For all the projections and everything, I feel like the later we get into this draft, the more I feel like nobody knew what was really going to happen here.
I'm trying to find where Okay, I didn't have him too low.
Ooh. Let me see if I can figure it out from your. Oh, actually, hold on.
It's low. It's a lot lower than this, but
I'm excited. I'm excited for the Spurs to like not do well. Who Oh, Josh Primo?
Josh Primo, yeah.
What?
He was like that. He was like the 7th or 8th man for Alabama, but he skipped a year of high school. He's super young, and he definitely has some flashes. And I thought,
shocked. I am floored.
This was a guy like if he was there at 40, I would advocate like, great, please take this guy. Like this is
at 40.
like 12. A lot of good for secure the bag, Josh Primo. I'm happy for you, man.
Dude,
wow.
In the last week, he's been going up boards, and
yes, no, it's fair. He's been moving up.
That is crazy to me. What are the Spurs doing? I mean, like they have. Let's see, fucking Lonnie Walker. I mean, like he had their point, and fucking DeJounte Murray, right? God, this thing's giving me gas. Jesus, am I wrong there?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
The Spurs have Walker and Murray, right?
Yeah, they just took Devin Vassell from Florida State last year. Vassell and Primo are different, but yeah, they have Keldon Johnson. Like, yeah.
I mean, like,
look, I'm all about accumulating wings, but wow,
that's crazy. That's crazy.
That like Zaire was surprising, but Zaire was getting talked about as high as 8 to the Magic, right? This is like I had heard maybe Zaire in the 20s, but 12.
Apparently, his name is Josh Cousin. Primo was Spanish for cousin. Oh, he's from Spain, or what? Where's he from?
He's Canadian.
Oh, he's Canadian. Okay. Yeah. Why is the team in Canada not better? I feel like they've got like 30 players.
Yeah, they missed the Olympics, which was shocking.
Yeah, how? They have so much talent, and like nobody ever played for them. It's so weird to me. Like Nash never played for them either.
No, that's true. They did not. I think they had some guys hurt this past. Like they didn't field their strongest team for the Olympic qualifying stuff. But yeah, no, like Canada's going to be really good.
I'm trying to calm down on my friends here.
So I will say that a guy that I respect his draft opinion. He's like a big grassroots basketball guy. He had Josh Primo 15th on his board. And I thought I was like, wow, that's surprising. I haven't seen Primo that high. I've seen him as high as the 20s. I put him 31, which is basically like the best player available in the second round. But man, yeah, 12. Look, I'm not questioning the Spurs pick, dude. Those like that's to make you look dumb, right? But it's surprising.
I'm questioning it. What the hell are they doing? Like, could they not have traded back or something there? I mean, like, Jesus.
That's what I would like. Could you not have moved back 10 spots and made the same pick? You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And it also bugs me out that we couldn't have moved up to like 12 or 13 and not taken on Eric Bledsoe.
Moody continues to fall.
Really? Dude, if he goes to Golden State, that would be great.
He's there for Golden State. I wonder if like NBA teams are just lower.
That'd be crazy, dude.
So, by the way, I don't know that I said this, but I had Zaire 12 on my board. So, like taking him 10 is not weird to me.
Let's look at your board.
Now, the best guys left are Moody, Garuba, Springer, Jalen Johnson, and Sharif Cooper. I think that like after Moody and after I'm higher on Garuba than a lot of people. Like once Springer, Garuba, and Moody come off the board, I do think that the draft takes a step down. For me,
it definitely goes away from all-star potential and to more of like a role player potential with like a chance at an all-star. But I still think it's not bad though.
Yeah, this is a very Pacers pick. This makes sense. Higher than maybe some people thought this guy would go, but it makes sense.
All right. So this is the the Pacers?
Yep.
Okay. Which like Corey Kispert maybe?
It's not Corey Kispert, but that would make it's a similar type player.
Similar. It's not Duarte, is it?
It is Duarte, yeah.
Man, he really went up boards also.
I think drafting a 24-year-old at pick 13 is a risk, but he's good. Duarte's really good. Like if he was 21, I'd probably have him, like a top 10 pick. So like it's not great. He's a good talent, but he just needs to be good in a hurry.
But the Pacers are in like a really weird spot because they took a step back last year. They should never have fired their coach, which was super silly to me, because like Nate never had a healthy team in his entire tenure there. Whenever they got to the playoffs, there was always people injured, and it's just like so. It's like he never really had a fair shakedown. And then they've already fired that coach, and now they got Carlisle. So I feel like they're wanting to stay relevant, and I think Chris helps with that. Because he can come in from day one, be good.
They've got a good roster.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just I mean, I know that I saw something that they're trying to maybe trade Warren, who had a great bubble, and then just I don't know if he was injured most of the year but he did not live up to that at all. Chris Duarte.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Warriors are taking Moody at 14.
Of course they are.
That's awesome. That's awesome for them. That's a great pick.
Shout out to David, who said that like 10 picks ago or something. He said that Moody might fall to Golden State there. Oh, my God. And they did, which is absolutely crazy.
It fell kind of perfectly for them where they took the swing with Kuminga and then took like the sure thing at 14 with Moody. And so it worked really well for them.
I think that's what Chad Ford said. He said that with both picks, if they can't trade, that what it seems like they're going to do is take Kuminga, who has the highest potential there, and then at 14 take a guy that's either more experienced or like a lot safer. I bet that they wanted Chris probably, but Moses Moody's like a great prizer also.
So Duarte is the 7th oldest first-round pick ever. That's actually surprising that there's 6 older picks. Like he's pretty old.
He's the like Brandon Whedon of the NBA. The Browns took him. He was 29.
Mutombo was older. I didn't realize Mutombo was older than he was when he got to the league. Yeah, Mutombo was one of those guys.
No. Yeah, it's fine.
Big Dikembe guy.
big Dikembe guy. I still remember when him and the Nuggets beat the Sonics as the first 8 seed, and ruined their championship chances that year. It's great stuff. So how far ahead are you guys in terms of knowing what's going on?
Just the next one. Just 14.
Gotcha.
Unless
is there any trade rumors going on, or is there any things like that out there?
There's not a ton going on rumor wise at the moment. We're just kind of working through the picks now. Let me make sure. I'll look at good old Adrian's Twitter real fast. No updates quite yet. He says Warriors closing in on their second pick in lottery at number 14 with Moses Moody. At the top of their board. So he's going to go there.
It makes me sad when the rich get richer. It's so annoying.
Yeah, man, it feels that way.
They're already going to compete for a championship next year once Clay is back, and now they get to add two new pieces that could grow with them with James Wiseman as well. That's nuts, dude. They're going to have Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins probably right now still, Draymond Green, and then have James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, and Moses Moody to just keep growing with Jordan Poole still. What a great man. I mean, just look at Bob Myers, right? Killing it, dude. That's awesome.
We got John Morant and Desmond Bain defending the Zaire pick on Twitter.
To who? Who's attacking it?
I don't. I think it's people on Twitter. So,
well, I think everybody here in our area wanted Moses Moody.
Yeah, I think we wanted Moses Moody, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking around, man. The consensus is Zaire Williams is going to be a great fit here. I mean,
Well,
I think we all know he has one
yeah.
of the highest ceilings out of anybody in that top 20 there. So
I don't know if it was Chip or somebody else I was talking to, or it was just like an interview, but they were saying that like Zaire in like 3 years, you could look back and be like, how did he fall so far? But, you know, like
he had some strength, man, to where he can really deal with the physicality of the NBA. I think this pick could be a real home run.
So much potential. Who knows?
Especially given the way he could just fit so perfectly.
DC says that Chad Ford tweeted part of the decision-making process behind the Williams pick. Frank, can you try and find that?
Yeah, I think I saw that. I don't remember exactly what he said, but yeah, I think it did. I saw something like that.
Tayshaun Prince was his big advocate there.
Oh my God, that's hysterical.
Yeah. So I think Tayshaun had a lot to do with that, and I'm down with it. I see,
Prince is like, well, I'm a really, like you long, small guy.
Yeah,
so.
that's what Chad says here. He sees a lot of Tayshaun and Zaire.
Yeah. Oh no, Chip, you've lost your screen again. I'm going to drop you out, bud. Yeah. I'm okay with it, man. Like if he was not good at defense, I would have an issue. But he's a dog on that side too, and he's so long. He fills all the gaps. I mean, like I think he's going to be an upgrade on the wing because we desperately need somebody like that.
Yeah, it's worth the risk. You gotta. That Valanciunas trade was all about swinging for the fences in this draft, and I think
no, I agree.
For the
I agree.
Type pick there. So
yeah, man, awesome for freaking Golden State, dude. I mean, it makes me sad that they get two good prospects and that they still get to be great. But when you're poor, you get to aim lower, I guess. I think Chip might be back. Nope, he's gone again. All right, so who's next here? We have the Wizards.
The Wizards.
So this is the last pick of the, or was 14 the last?
14's the last pick of the lottery.
Okay, gotcha.
So this will be the first pick outside of the lottery, and the report is already in.
Keep dropping my damn. Perfect. Okay.
So Moses Moody headed to Golden State with the 14th. It's now looking like the Wizards are going to take Corey Kispert at 15.
Wow, I think that we have Corey Kispert at 15.
We definitely had him around that range. It might have been exactly 15.
Yeah, and then I think Chip had Alperen Sengun going to the Thunder, right? At 16. Yeah,
I'm actually a little surprised Sengun is still available.
Also, really funny. We got attacked by Alperen fans saying that like, oh, these guys have Alperen going 16, no way, and he's still falling. So
I have him 20th on my board. So like for me, it's not crazy, but like I know most of the mocks had him as a lottery guy, so he's fallen out of the lottery now. Which, by the way, like I'm super comfortable with him now. Like in the lottery, he worried me because like the way he plays, like can he really be a difference maker? I think he's a super high talented guy. But like now that you're out of the lottery, like take the swing. Like this he was MVP of a pro league at age 18. Like take a swing, see what it looks like.
So just comparing our second mock draft to what's transpired so far, our top 6 was spot on. There's, Jalen Suggs and Barnes basically swap places. Boak Knight definitely fell. We had him at 7th. He ended up going to Charlotte at 11th. We had Keon Johnson at number 8.
Yeah, he's still falling.
I'm not surprised he's slipping. That was kind of like rumored.
Yeah, it's not fair. Like, I drafted him during his peak of hype,
Then it was Kuminga 9, Moody 10. We had Mitchell at 11, Wagner at 12, Jalen Johnson at 13, Garuba at 14, and then we did have Kispert at exactly 15th going to the Wizards. And then, next up we had Sengun going at 16 here, so...
It's really cool. They're doing a tribute to Terrence Clark.
Yeah,
who passed away.
Yeah,
he was training with BJ Boston in LA and just got in a car wreck. and it killed him. So yeah, it's incredibly sad. He definitely would have been a probably second round pick or late first round pick. So it's really cool that they're doing that.
All right, I guess just let me know when they got the picks back going on.
I think he's coming out. Okay, No, they're doing the tribute to Terrence Clark.
Okay. Do you think that see? I kind of thought there'd be more action going on, man, with trades and stuff.
Not a lot of big trades.
Yeah, dude. I mean, like there was so much early stuff that I thought that we were like gearing up for something. We just haven't had anything yet.
We had that big Lakers trade. That's been the trade of the night, obviously, so far.
Like, I'm shocked that they haven't moved. I mean, you know what it is, guys? We're going to trade for, for Buddy Hield, obviously. So, we didn't need Moses Moody. And it's a huge contract. Who do you think else is going to be playing in the Summer League, Chip?
Oh, man. Jonte, Tilly. I mean, I don't think that it would be Bane or.
Really? You don't think so? Bane has to
maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, he's got to get in there. He's got to.
I mean, Bane and Tillman might start next year. Like usually, I don't know. Like I guess they probably will. They might. It's one of those where you show up for the first game and drop 40 and then just go home after that. So
yeah, I mean, I don't think that they'll play in the one in Utah, but I could see them playing. In Vegas, maybe like every other game or something, because I think that's what they did with Brandon Clark, didn't they? Like he played a couple and then he sat a couple.
Oh yeah, he played like the first two and then looked like he was too good to be there, and then they just like, okay, you don't have to play anymore.
Well, he got like MVP, didn't he?
Oh, is it a rookie?
Yeah.
Yeah. As a rookie, yeah, no, he played. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like he was all of it. Yeah.
And then Jaren played what, like 2 games or something?
Yeah, he didn't play. Like Ja didn't play any. Jaren played a couple. Top picks a lot. Like I bet Cade won't play. I bet Jalen Green. I hope he gives us one game.
No. Like I mean, like everybody plays as a rookie, and then your second year, Ja was hurt.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That is true. You're right.
But like Zion played, and then he hurt his knee or whatever. Remember that like earthquake happened and stuff or whatever. It was crazy.
Man, that Summer League was the highlight of Brandon Clark's career so far.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That was a little mean. I'm a Grizz fan, I promise.
How dare you? That's Chip's guy, man.
I love Brandon Clark. I'm just I'm messing. I love BC. I honestly, I think this is going to be a bounce back year for him.
I hope so, dude.
I mean, his rookie year was just so stellar, man. Coming into that second year, there was a lot to live up to after that. If you were really looking for some dramatic progression.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it was a weird year, man. I mean, like, there was no consistency in terms of who was playing.
Yeah.
Except for like the main guys, and then playing a damn 12-man fucking lineup. It's hard.
I feel like that kept him out a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think, and then it got to a point where Tillman's shot was more consistent than BC's. And so it was just easier to toss him out there because like I look at the quarters, he was still hitting shots and stuff. And Clark's, I don't know why Clark changed his damn form again. And now it looks really, really funky. It's like, I don't know what he's doing now. It's super weird. I'm not into it. I'm shocked that there's been no trades either.
Someone said that Rick Barnes must answer for his crimes, that neither Keon or Springer have been drafted. Like, both of those guys were top 10 picks before they showed up.
Oh, were they really? No shit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You hate Rick Barnes, don't you?
I am not high on Rick, no. I'm not high.
Where do you think it's a good spot for Keon Johnson?
Oh, that's a good question. Like the Spurs at 12 made some sense to me, like kind of an upside swing. I am a little bit lower on Keon than the consensus. Like I had him 16. So actually, like we're right in the range that I think is very reasonable for him to go.
You had Jaden at 12 though, right?
I had Jaden at 11. I like Jaden Springer a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I
He can shoot a
like
little bit, can he?
he shoot a little bit. He's a great playmaker, and like just maybe the best on-ball defender in this draft in terms of a guard. Like he is just a dog defensively, and like he's young. He's one of the youngest guys in the class too. And if you watch Tennessee, like their offense, just it was completely different when he was on the floor. Everything they were able to score points in the half court, like everything just flowed a little bit smoother. He's not the best athlete. Like it's one of those things. If you could take the athleticism of Keon and the skill of Jaden Springer, you'd have like probably the number 2 pick in the draft, right? But they each kind of have their weakness that they have to go through, and I'm just a little bit higher on the overall skill set of Jaden than I am Keon.
Yeah, because he wasn't playing him early, right? It was like he wasn't starting one of them.
Yeah, Rick is he's old school. Like these I don't care who you are, you've got to earn your minutes type thing, and so I don't know.
The draft would move a lot faster if they wouldn't play 5-minute commercials in between the 5-minute picks.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm all about moving this thing along.
Jesus, man. Like
they want to make it like the NFL draft. It's like 3 days long and 18 hours. And,
it kind of feels like I think a lot of the action is going to start in the 20s when we know who's falling and who's not falling. I feel like that's when stuff's going to start popping off.
Oh, there you go. You got a trade. OKC's sending 16 to Houston.
Oh, I think we had a Houston fan here. I think David was a Houston fan. I wonder what's in that trade there. Probably 23 and 24 maybe.
That would make sense. Yeah, that makes sense. They have not said that would make sense.
The Corey Kispert pick that we heard about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Just like wow, I like his suit though. Whoa. Who's this girl? God.
Yeah.
My
wife thinks that Corey Kispert is a funny looking guy.
His girlfriend is not unattractive. I'll say that. Yeah. So, do you think that he comes in immediately and starts at the 3?
Or yeah, I could see that. I mean, Corey Kispert's he's a senior, right? So he's going to come in and play early. Like,
yeah, I mean,
this isn't a project, and he's got a really easy. Yeah, he's 22. He's a shooter, right? Like he's got like one of the most projectable, translatable skills of any prospect. He's going to come in. He's going to be a shooter. He's going to be a floor spacer, and yeah.
I mean, I agree. He's might be the best shooter like in the draft. It's absolutely crazy.
We do have a trade in.
Out. Yeah, bud. Yeah. It look like Houston's trading up there, which is good for them because now, it never made sense for them to bring on 3 rookies. So did I get 2 rookies though? If I was them, did I get Kai Jones? That's my guy, man.
Kai Jones on the board, baby.
Oh, is he really? Oh, okay. You're saying like general, whatever.
Yeah, for Houston here, they're trading up to the 16. They could very well take Kai.
Yeah, I don't know who it's going to be, but good for him though.
Like 16. I have seen the pick, and it makes a lot of sense.
Ooh,
wow. Okay. So, Woj just saying that it's 2 future seconds going to Houston.
Oh, okay. So what?
Excuse me. 2 future firsts. I said seconds. I meant first. 2 future firsts.
That's a cheap first round pick, man.
Yeah, no. I misspoke. No, so I guess it's not. I guess they're keeping their picks in the 20s.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Wow. Or, another guy we still haven't seen off the board here. The big man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
That's fair. Yeah, I agree, man. I mean, I think,
and that's looking like who it's gonna be, baby.
I think for Houston, I mean, it makes a ton of sense to try to get as many picks in this draft as possible.
Alperen Şengün looks like he's headed to Houston with the number 16 pick.
This is where I'm a big fan of Şengün, right? This makes so much sense at this point in the draft. Like, he's fun, man. Like, okay, so someone compared him to like a modern day Al Jefferson, and that's probably my favorite Şengün comp that I've seen. Just like this walking bucket on the baseline, right? You throw it to him on the block, and he's got move with counter moves on top of it, and he's just going to be tough to stop. Like,
he's like a smaller spinner, he was
not as big as Al.
No,
not as, but like he can move his feet on defense a little. Like, there's stuff to work with. I think that everyone's scared of how's it going to translate to the modern NBA and all that good stuff, but. Like, when you're that productive, it's like we talked about with Giddey. When you're that productive in a pro league as a teenager, like, it usually translates to the NBA. Now, his game is a little different than, some other guys like Luka and Giddey who've been high picks and seemingly worked out. But, I think that this is a good swing for Houston.
Dude, to me, he was the best foreign project over Josh Giddey. And, like, I know that you love Giddey, but I thought he had a more – well-rounded skill set early on, and he needed less work, I think, to be ready earlier than currently with in Josh Giddey, because Josh's shot and his defense is not very good.
Also, real quick, just a huge shout out to OKC. I know they were hurting for first-round picks, so they were able to get a couple more future firsts. Good for them, man. Just really stockpile the assets. I love it.
I heard somebody say that they're trying to get like all of the picks in the 2026 draft or something like that. So.
That's a whole new team.
They're high on the fifth graders right now. Like, they've been looking at some fifth grade games, and they're really liking what they see. So
they're dude, he looks just like a guy that I work with too. That's funny. So I like that. I really like that, because now you can let him do all of the big guy work, and let Christian just be Christian. And so now you've got Alperen as your big man, really, Christian as your stretch big, Jalen Green or Porter as like your wings. You just need a point, and they have two more picks. So
it's pretty interchangeable too. I think they can both play a little 4 and 5.
If they can get Sharif Cooper, like, that would be nuts. That would be awesome. Just completely load up.
What if somebody like Trey Mann falls to them?
Yeah.
Possible, man.
It's 17 here to go to the next one. This is obviously the pick the Grizz traded. Like, man, New Orleans, I think they should take Jaden Springer. I don't know what they're going to do. I have not seen the pick scoop, but they're obviously going to put a lot of pressure on Kira Lewis to now be their point guard. But giving them another shot at a starting point guard in Jaden Springer would make a lot of sense. He actually fits really well with those guys.
That's crazy that they were able to give up future stuff and nothing like in this draft. Damn.
4 first-round picks for the Rockets this year.
It's crazy.
Wow.
So they're the favorites to win Vegas. You're gonna have like an all-star summer league team, man. I mean, Alperen. I mean, I agree. Like, he has a very old school style back to the basket. He's got all types of head fakes and under moves and cuts and stuff. I love it.
Hey, man, and if you're going with Jalen Green over Evan Mobley, and you get Alperen Şengün here at 16, that's a pretty good consolation prize. You're
a great point.
I didn't even think about it. David brings up a good point. If Jared Butler's there, had 23. I think that's great. Yeah, that'd be awesome for them.
Yeah, Butler would be good too with the Pelicans. I think it's probably funny. There's people.
No. I'm saying Jared Butler
for Houston.
For Houston.
I am high on Butler too. So even if New Orleans was going to go the point guard direction, Butler would make sense here too. You bring up his name made me think, that would be smart.
I mean, he's like a veteran guard. Can do everything or whatever. And you and a few of the guys here locally think that he was the better prospect than Davion Mitchell.
Yeah, I saw the Pelicans pick. If Grizzlies fans can probably sleep okay at night, it's not a terrifying pick.
Yeah. All right. I just want to hear the Grizzlies traded up to get back in the first round. That's all. That's all I want to hear. You know, that's not too much.
So if we do trade up, who do you see that you would really like us to add?
I only want Josh Christopher.
Josh Christopher.
That's all I want. Only because he's who I watched. He was the first prospect that I started watching this year, and Chip hates him. And so, like, it makes me want him for those reasons. That, like, I was like in on him early, and Chip wants no part of him.
Yeah, I'm not a Josh. I'm totally fine with Josh Christopher
At 40.
In the second. Absolutely, I'd even be okay like mid-20s and beyond. But like, yeah, I like the talk. I think my dislike for him was the chatter around maybe he'd be in play at 17. And I'm like, man, I can't get around Josh Christopher at 17.
Fun draft so far.
Like, if Frank, to kind of like build off that too, I think the Grizzlies are high on Jaden Springer. It's part of the reason I'm high on Jaden Springer. He's like an analytical darling. Models love him, and he's young. So it would be kind of a different direction for the Grizzlies. I also know that like there have been at least like whispers that Tyus Jones could be available this offseason.
Yeah.
So them going to get a point guard in the 20s or maybe even trade up into the 30s would that wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so if the Grizzlies have, let's just say, a pick, and available is Bones Highland, Jared Butler, and Springer, who would you take?
I would take Springer, but I love all three. Like I think all three are in my top 20. I would be but I have Springer at 11, so I would go Springer.
I guess since we're on a break here, we can look back at your board here. So we still got Usman, Jalen Johnson. He's still out there, isn't he?
He is. Yep. He was definitely a slip candidate, and it's not surprising that he's slipping.
And Shreve Cooper. So there's still 4 guys in your top 15 are still there.
Yep.
And it's crazy. Would y'all have rather kept Jonas and everything else and gotten Jalen Johnson?
No. Zaire, like for me, is everything the Grizzlies have always they've just never had someone that can do theoretically what Zaire can do. So that's the right swing.
I would say on
if he
paper,
pans out, it's exactly what
on paper we thought that Rudy Gay might be there at some point.
Yeah.
But
Rudy was the one that's the closest they've ever had to that.
But 6'8", 6'9" shot creator type wing.
I mean, out of college, Rudy was a great prospect. You know, he's 6'8", 210 pounds, long, super athletic. He could get his own shot, good ball handler. He's never figured it out. It's like he hit a certain stage and he just couldn't get like higher than that, you know?
Yeah. No, that's fair. I've seen the narrative that I would have been fine with Zaire at 17, but I would just counter that by saying well, if he's good, it doesn't matter where you pick him. If you pick him at 10, you pick him at 17. And I don't think it's weird because like I said, there were whispers as high as 8 and Intel based mock draft. Some people were saying that Orlando liked him as high as 8. You weren't going to get him at 17. He was guys that do what he does at his size don't last to the mid-first round. And
not only that, you also get an extra first round pick. So,
exactly. And he moves up in the second round.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's fine. It's like we said, just go get your guy, if that's who you want, who fits, it's your model, in terms of all the analytics, then go get him,
I agree. Yep. I just trust, we talked a while back, Andrew, that I just trust the front office. I'm not going to kill any pick that they that they make. And so, like, I'm fine. Like, I actually like Zaire personally, so I'm good with it.
All right. Who are the Pelicans taking?
Yeah, I'm just not like crazy high on Trey Murphy. He's fine. This is a little high for me.
Yeah.
That's so funny because that's exactly who people had mocked to the Grizzlies.
I know.
At certain levels, whatever, and he still goes at 17. It's just kind of funny.
I know. I'm not surprised he's going this high. I just don't personally rate him as high as some others. Like, I got a question on like the functional athleticism. Like, he can jump, but like, he doesn't move his feet incredibly well. I don't know. I just couldn't get there with him ever being a starter in the NBA.
I didn't dislike him. He looks almost like a poor man's Rashard Lewis or something. Like he can shoot, which gives him value. He has good size. He's like, I don't know. I mean, like, like a guy like Jeff Green has been in the league for like 11 years. I mean, like a Trey Murphy will probably also be in the league for like 10 years or so. Just guys who are 6'9" who can move well and shoot always find jobs. So he'll be on like a person's like a bench somewhere, doing things. Who's pick 18? Is that the Thunder again?
Yep.
Okay.
You could just guess the Thunder for every pick that's left, and that'd be like 8% chance of being right or something like that.
Let's see. So the Thunder took Josh Giddey, and then they traded their pick for 16. Let's see. Usman is still available, right?
Maybe Kai Jones. That'd be like very home run swingish,
Yeah. I mean, they need help everywhere.
Position of need, yeah.
They just got to take swings. Yeah. So
exactly.
Whatever the swing they want to take, they just got to take it.
It's hard to figure out exactly what they might want.
Yep.
Like if we're looking at your thing, it's still Springer, right? No, it could be Garuba.
It'd be Usman. Yep.
Yeah, which I kind of like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because they have Pokuševski too. So like, Garuba, the knock on him is he's 6'8", and he plays center, which is like the Xavier Tillman thing. That's why he slipped. So yeah, I don't know. I could see it. It wouldn't be bad.
Thinking another Spanish national big man in the middle first round for the the echoes of Serge Ibaka a little bit there.
That's a good call.
Yeah, that was my comp, whatever for him. I think that they play a lot alike. And it's strange because like originally, like I think like the first 4 years or 5 years of like Ibaka's career, he averaged like 3 blocks a game, 4 blocks a game. Like he was a monster down low. And then the more that he began to integrate outside shooting, it pulled him farther and farther away. And then he just quit blocking shots almost. Like I think Chip and I talked about that when he got traded to Orlando.
Yeah, Ibaka was a good player for a really long time. He did not age as well as maybe I thought. Although, he's still playing a role. He's still not, he's kind of had a mini renaissance, especially when he went to Toronto and when he played on the title team there. He was good.
But he did kind of lose his luster as that killer defensive player.
He did. There are swings left. Like Jalen Johnson actually would not be bad. Like that's a swing.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. He's like a pure potential pick there.
Absolutely. Sharif Cooper would just like whoever takes him is just gonna be fun.
Dude, I'm gonna laugh if the Knicks take Sharif Cooper. All those Knicks fans that were yelling at us that we were wrong about Sharif Cooper.
They want Terrence Mann. Don't tell them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Or Trey Mann, sorry.
He was still on the board.
He is still on the board.
Yep. Well, I think I spoke it into existence because OKC is taking Trey Mann.
Oh no!
Oh, there we go.
Oh no,
Trey
what are you
Mann,
gonna do?
Does this add fuel to the Shea trade rumors?
Yeah, that's interesting. Probably not, but maybe. I don't know.
I think Shea's their guy.
Look,
I thought it was weird to even see his name linked to trades.
Totally. Like I was thinking, man, if Shea if Shea's available, like Grizz, just like whatever
Oh,
it takes, just throw
yeah.
everything at that. You know.
Yeah.
Trey Man's cool. That is a swing though. Like he's 6'5" and kind of like, he's a really good shot maker.
Did he grow though? Right? Like he
Uh,
was.
Yeah,
Didn't he grow?
I think that's true. Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah, he had a big growth spurt. That's
yeah,
right.
because like nobody really had him mocked very high, and then he grew like 3 inches or something, and all of a sudden, he has value and stuff.
But like Trey kind of plays. I hate that I'm saying this, but he kind of plays like Trey Young. Like he's a shot making point guard. He's a scoring point guard. He's not.
Yeah.
Like Trey Young is also an elite passer, and that's really not Trey Mann's.
Yes.
No, not really Trey Mann's strength, but like that's a swing. Like you got a 6'5" shot making ball handler. Like that's a good. You roll the dice on a guy like that.
That's almost like the problem with Lou Williams and Jamal Crawford. Both were like 6'2", 6'3", could score nonstop, but just could not play make. So I mean, like he'll obviously have like a long fun career, probably whatever, as long as he can get buckets.
So we had Trey Mann going 20th overall to the Hawks. So
who was 19 then?
19 on ours was Sharif Cooper to the Knicks. That's the Knicks picked up.
Wait, what? So. For real?
Yeah.
That is hysterical. I'm
loving
we
called
this.
That. Yeah, dude, man.
We were awesome. We did great at this. So
wait.
That was cool. We look like geniuses.
Yeah, we do in retrospect.
Who was 18?
18 on ours was Chris Duarte, so he jumped up 5 spots in the real draft from our mock draft.
No. I mean, but like in the real draft.
In the real draft, it was Chris Duarte. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he was 13th in the real draft.
Yeah.
18th in the real draft was just
Trey Mann.
About to announce or Trey Mann. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Trey Mann to the Thunder.
So then, hold on, I'm so fucking confused. So who's 20 then? Because I thought y'all said that 20 was man.
On our mock draft, it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought that man got drafted twice. I was like, what is happening?
No.
Trey Mann. That is hysterical. I'm so loving this so much, dude. That I mean, like 15 Knicks fans fucking came at us and we're talking about like, there's no way the Knicks are gonna take Sharif Cooper, and like I was just like, nah, man, like he fits them so well, and he's a great playmaker. He's tough. He's a good scoring guard. Like he fits that culture. Like he'll be great. And they're like, no way, we're taking these guys.
Now the narrative's going to shift that they would have taken him had he been available. That they would have taken Trey Mann had he been available. So that's what they really wanted.
He says that there's a trade. Did y'all see anything?
Let's see here. Yeah, the Knicks are trading the 19th to Charlotte for a future first round. So they're actually getting off this pick.
There you go. Knicks fans, we apologize.
Rest easy.
For Kai Jones.
Ooh, sexy. But he still went 19, damn it. He still went 19. We still called that.
It was funny. I was like, not to completely move off, I guess, the Trey Mann pick here, but with Kai Jones coming next, I was talking to my brother in the car the other day, and I was like, if you just watch Kai Jones's like 10-minute highlight tape, you think you're drafting Giannis. Like his highlight tape is like, oh my God, this is incredible. And then you watch full games and you're like, oh, okay. So this is why he's not going to go in the top 10. Okay. There's a lot to work with, but
Kai Jones
got a ways to go.
Could be really good. Trey Mann. So hold on. So Trey is going to the Thunder, right?
Thunder. Yep.
At 18, and then 19 was Cooper, but that's going to go to the Hornets. Right?
No, we were projecting that. It looks like since the Knicks got off that pick, the Hornets are going to go with Kai Jones at number 19.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. So maybe that means that they think that Cooper's going to be there at 21 then.
Yeah.
Which would still make us right.
Yeah, I forgot they had those 2 picks basically.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is that Cooper to the Hornets made like no sense. I was like, why would they get another point guard? But like Kai Jones makes a lot of sense there because I think, aren't they still playing? Who's the like really old dude there, Chip?
Say it again. Sorry.
Who's the like really old dude for the Hornets? Bismack Yambo.
Is he still there?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's him, right? I feel like he's still there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because
I think you're right. Yeah,
he's been there since like Rudy Gay dunked on him. I mean, it's been a long time.
Dude.
I think he left and then he came back or whatever.
Just real quick, I'm sorry, Kings fans, but there is already speculation of Davion Mitchell being unhappy with the pick and landing in Sacramento. Like already. It did not take long. Davion Mitchell, according to the Kings Herald, says he does not want to discuss if he had a workout prior to the draft with the Sacramento Kings. So,
Kings, you are the best.
How do they continue to do this, man? I feel like there was similar rumblings with like Bagley and other players in the past with them, where it was just like,
I'm shocked that they haven't moved Bagley yet.
Man, dude. But. Yeah, so not looking good there, but it could work out.
I feel so bad for Fox, man. He plays his ass off, dude, and he just
Buddy Hield too, man. All right, so number 20.
Who's 20?
It's going to be the Hawks, and I had them selecting Trey Mann.
The Hawks, I think their pick just got scooped, and I'm a fan. This is
who are they saying?
Jalen Johnson. This is a good spot.
Kid out of Duke. All right, I like that.
Yeah, that's good. I'm sure that they didn't think that he would fall to him either.
Man, they just continue to stockpile those wings.
Yeah, that's he's kind of like John Collins-ish. They're not too dissimilar. So that's interesting. That's a good spot for him. It's another one where he can come in and play on a good team and play with some veteran guys and play with a lot of really high level talents and just continue to develop. Because I think I am a little I have Jalen Johnson 13th, so I like him. I had one spot behind Zaire. I think the upside was just too much to ignore with him. So at 20, that's a good value pick.
So does he profile more as a this modern NBA small forward wing type guy, 6'8", 6'9", or do you think he has the size forward, isn't he? He's listed at small forward, but I'm pretty sure he plays. I don't see him playing the 3 though. Yeah.
So it really clicked for me when someone said that he had shades of Lamar Odom in his game.
Okay.
I don't think he's point guard skill level like Lamar had, but a 3-4 can grab the ball off the rim and run a fast break type guy.
Yeah.
That made a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, that's I think this is goodbye Cam Reddish for Atlanta. I don't know. Maybe they find a way to keep him around. But
that's a big decision, right? I don't know. Reddish is highly rated by some people, and I don't know. I don't know. That's a big decision,
right? He played for Roy Williams, didn't he?
No, he's a Duke guy.
He was from Duke too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cam Reddish. Oh my God, my brain just flattened there. Yeah, we all wanted Cam Reddish, didn't we?
Yeah, we did for the Grizz. I think.
Yeah, well, when we that was in the jaw draft, right?
Yep.
And when we thought that we were actually at pick 9 or something or whatever, I think he was really high for us. That's right. And then we jumped up and just took Ja because he's awesome.
David makes a good point as well. What does this mean for John Collins? Do you think they play together? I think that's a good fit together, but
I don't know. John Collins looked awesome in the playoffs. Even though his points per game weren't like crazy high, he was so just versatile out there for them, and he was just dunking on everybody. He was doing everything. So I mean, like they have to pay him, because if they don't pay him, then it sets a bad precedent for future players and stuff there, you know? So, but is he worth all that money? I mean, I don't think so.
I think they'll pay him though. He earned it. You know, I don't know. I think they'll pay John Collins. I like John Collins. He's not probably. You're right. He's probably not going to be worth what he's paid, but you're just going to have to do it, because
like
how else do you replace him? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like if you could get him for like the original offer, which is what, like 20 something million a year. It was like 20, like 4 a year, 25 a year.
I think they like 490 or something is what he turned down.
And that's entirely fair. I think that's a good deal in his range. And instead, he's going to get like 28 or 30, and then in like a year and a half, they're going to fucking move off of him because it's just too much money. Yeah, so I fully imagine that the Knicks are taking Cooper, right, at like 21.
I mean, you got to assume that.
I mean, because they had him there, and then you move back. What are the odds that the Rockets take both their picks at 23, 24?
I think they will. I think they will.
I think they hold on to it at this point.
I do. They're so rebuilding. Like, they just need some like darts to throw at the board. So yeah.
I feel like didn't Daryl Morey do that the year before he got James Harden? Like he amassed like a shit ton of like first round picks, and then he brought them all in, and then he sent most of them out to get James Harden.
Yeah.
Like
it's like the UConn guy. He's still in the league. He plays, what's his name? He was like the big prize in the whole deal.
like it was like Jeremy Lamb and like a few other dudes or whatever.
Maybe like
and
Kevin Martin is a salary matcher type
thing.
Right. Yeah. Grizz killer Kevin Martin.
Kevin Martin. Shout out.
I was like, we could pay Kevin Martin $150 million a year. And it would make sense because it'd be 4 less losses a year.
Yeah. And like him, just like the Kings had like a few of those guys, man, that just would light us up. Like Mike Bibby, Peja.
Yeah, I think, man, this is really smart for the Rockets. They're pretty well hamstrung by that massive John Wall contract. So picking up a bunch of really talented rookies here,
guys,
tiny contracts, that's going to keep them afloat and give them a good start to this rebuild.
The Lakers are 22, right?
Yes. Okay. Is that going? Did that end up going to
that
Washington?
Did, so that is actually Washington's pick.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Corey Kispert and perhaps somebody else that they weren't expecting.
Just
is Dosunmu going to fall all the way to the end of the first round? It's kind of looking like it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was thinking probably like round 2 for him, dude.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like for me, Ayo, I've got him 41st. I'm not the biggest fan of his. But yet, like if he went first round, it wouldn't surprise me either. He could go in the 20s easily. His range pretty much starts, I think, anywhere in the 20s all the way through like the 30s. I don't really think that there's like any crazy slips either. I'm trying to think like anybody that was mocked super high that slipped. It really nobody. I mean, like I got Garuba, I guess, is the one that was probably pretty consensus top 20 that's now slipped out of the 20s or out of the top 20. But like Jaden Springer, I'm high on him, but it's not surprising that I guess Keon too. Keon Johnson's the other one.
Gotta change it up there. Throw on the actual Grizzly.
Man, so with the 28th pick in this year's draft and one Ben Simmons who has still not been moved. Are the Sixers coming out of this like one of the biggest losers of this draft? I don't know.
There was even the report they wanted to trade him tonight.
Yeah, he was expected to be moved. The report was that he's done in Philly. So,
I think that seems accurate, right? Like that just seems kind of no turning back.
Yeah, because there was also reports that they've been trying to reach him and haven't been able to since the season's end, and yeah, it's just
that's funny.
So I'm really watching the draft in this little bitty box down here. What pick are we on right now? I have no idea because I can't.
The 20th. Atlanta is still on the clock with the 20th.
Okay.
Here it is.
Toss it up here on the screen for everybody. So there's Jalen Johnson.
And they do take Jalen Johnson.
I'm just not a fan of him, dude. I'm just not. Like he quit on his team. I question his ethic. I don't know, man. I'm good. Like,
yeah, that's always the tough part, right? Because like I don't get to sit down and talk to these people and like figure out what makes them tick. You can just kind of watch what happens on the basketball court and rank them that way. So yeah, I know that's always a tough part. Like that's, you get burned by that every year. You just don't know. Like some guys you think are good that, maybe they're not exactly what you think, and it works the other way too. So I don't know. But he can play. I mean, Jalen can play. He was a huge prospect in his class forever.
Yeah, he was. So was Zaire Williams, the right here, boom, baby. I got Moses out here.
We work fast to draft and stash.
Yeah, baby, he's gone. Get that bum out of here. Zaire all the way. Moses who? Yeah,
he looks pretty skinny even in that picture.
He makes Ja Morant look big.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he makes Ja's little twig arms look big. Hey, he'll grow into it, man.
Yeah, he'll grow into it, man.
Well, we've seen Jaren Jackson bulk up. We've seen Ja bulk up a little bit.
Yeah, he's huge. I mean, Ja's a really heavy 175.
He's grown into his frame.
Yeah.
He gained a good 10, 15. He needs to grow a little bit more, though.
Yeah, I mean, like if Zaire can grow, if he can get like 15 pounds, maybe 20, I think that's fair.
He just needs to add like functional weight because at the NBA level, I mean, he was getting kind of beat up in Stanford, the collegiate level. So to really hang with the big boys, he's definitely going to need to add some size.
I agree with you, DC. Yeah, I think that they're asking too much for Ben Simmons.
That was the other part of the report is the deal, and they're set on it. So yeah,
it's just it's weird to me that he gave away Harden for nothing. And now he's trying to get everything for Ben Simmons.
Maybe that's why. Maybe he feels like he doesn't want to repeat that.
No, he wasn't there for the Harden trade, right?
Are you sure?
I thought he was already in
last
Philly.
night.
Oh yeah, no, he's right. Yeah, because Morey's been in Philly for at least 2 or 3 seasons now. And
it is not 2 or 3 seasons.
Well, but Harden was traded this year, so like, was Morey in Houston this year?
Fuck.
No, I'm pretty sure he did not execute that.
He got hired in October of 2020.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think it was his first year last year because he immediately traded off of like Al Horford.
That's right.
And he added Curry. Yeah, and Green. That's right. That's right. I'm a big old dum-dum.
No, trying to keep up with the way this league operates is like, it's crazy. It's always something.
All right. So far, not a lot of action, man. It's been pretty basic. I mean, there's a couple of moves, but I think a lot of us expected to see Ben Simmons traded, Buddy Hield traded, other guys like that, and haven't really seen it so far. I don't think Westbrook is this. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna change the entire landscape of the NBA or anything.
We're definitely in Cam Thomas range too. Like this is where I'm like, take the Cam Thomas swing. This is where you take that.
I took Cam Thomas and Greg Brown. I think at 23-24.
Okay.
When it happened. I like Cam Thomas. I think he's a really good like home run swing here late. He he can score the hell out of the ball. He's got good size. He has that it factor. I just don't know if he pans out or not. But you're in the 20s, so take your chances.
Yeah, that's David's right. That was what the deal was. When Morey got hired in Philly, he was trying his hardest to maneuver a deal with Simmons to get Harden there.
That's
Philly.
what I thought. Yeah. That's exactly right.
Frank, you are frozen.
Okay, let me see.
I'm gonna drop you out real quick. All right. Let's see. Let's check your board real quick.
Detroit is jumping up to 21.
Really?
Yep.
The Knicks traded out of both of their picks. That's crazy. Usman is still available. That is shocking. I'll say
that's surprising to me. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, so what? He's still available, and Jaden Springer's still available, and Shreve Cooper's still available. Keon Johnson, Jared Butler. Yeah, dude. Man, you had Davion Mitchell 23.
I did. Yeah. No, I'm not a Davion guy. Like I'm just not. He's a 6'2" non-point guard who's 22 years old. Like I just can't put him any higher than that.
Gotcha. So Frank's camera died, but I think he can still hear us. He just gonna constantly look, very confused. Let's see here. So, still not pick. See, this is why it takes so damn long, dude. I mean, it's been on for 2 hours. We've only done 20 picks. That makes no damn sense.
I know.
Jeez Louise.
Okay, so it's Keon. Detroit moved up for Keon.
Traded up for Keon, really?
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, he's slipping, so that kind of stops his slide.
Gotcha. Over Jaden though?
It's not what I would do, but NBA teams, they think they can take all potential and make it great. So,
Okay. Hey, I am back.
Change your logo.
I am the NBA logo.
nice.
Yeah. So the Knicks trade out of both of their picks. That is shocking to me. I did not see that coming at all. What's the package from the Pistons?
No, they have not given word on that yet. I did see someone speculate that the Knicks are now going to save picks to possibly make a run at Dame or something like that. They want to hang on to the assets in case a disgruntled star wants to force his way to the Knicks, which is very Knicks. But it looks like
that's so weird. As opposed to just using these picks to try.
So they're sliding 4 spots back. They're actually just going to take 25.
What was what did they get for pick 19? With the Hornets, I think.
Yeah. No. Just future first round pick is all it says.
Sweet Jesus, man. See, it's annoying when you hear deals like that, and you're like, why didn't the Grizzlies, fucking trade up or something or whatever? I don't know. I mean, unless we just don't want any more young dudes. I don't know, but I mean, for a future pick when we have 6 in the next, 2 years is I don't know. It's super silly.
Yeah. So it's actually the Clippers. Woj got it wrong. It's the Clippers that are going to take Keon. So that's interesting. That's
that makes more sense though, as opposed to him going to the Pistons with Kate and then with Killian Hayes. It just I don't know where he fits. David, I agree. Dolan runs the Knicks like a jackass. And I think he's one of the main things that actually keeps them back from being greater. And is it weird that I'm looking forward to round 2?
No, not at all. I love all of it. So yeah.
I'm I don't know. I guess I was waiting for all these guys that have been falling to start going toward then all the other all the analysts start saying, oh, that's a really great pick, that's a really safe pick, and it's it's round 2. What are you talking about?
Okay, so Isaiah Jackson is going 22nd to the Wizards.
Okay,
that's not a bad pick. I I think you
What?
draft big men like as less frequently as possible, but I'm a total sucker for big rim runner, shot blocker,
Yeah,
rebounders
he needs
who
to
can
gain some
move
weight
their
though.
feet.
He's
He does.
yeah.
does.
So Washington got Corey Kispert, and then they traded up to get Isaiah Jackson.
Well, so they that came over with the Russ.
Oh,
trade.
you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, with the Russ pick. Okay, so that's not a bad pull. You know, I mean,
Isaiah
like
Jackson, Corey Kispert's a very respectable.
that's
return.
nice. Yeah. I mean, like if Jackson was a little bit taller, I think he probably goes, uh, eight picks higher, probably or something or whatever. But really good on defense. I'm actually shocked that he went before Usman.
That's surprising, although he's bigger. Like that may just be the deal breaker. For
Also
teams,
fair.
you know?
Yeah. Garuba's biggest problem is that he's only like 6'8".
Right. He does have, I think, a 7'2" to 7'4" wingspan.
He does.
So
yeah.
it helps. It helps quite a bit. I was Tillman saying too. Like Xavier Tillman has really long arms, so it helps make up for being short.
He's at least like 6'10" though. So I mean, like he's not super short, but he's borderline as small as you can be to play center.
Isaiah Jackson.
No. Xavier Tillman.
Oh, he's 6'8". He's
is he really?
He's a legit 6'8". Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I don't.
So, well, Grizz fans are not super happy about it. I've been scanning Twitter, and there is a lot of national attention on the Zaire Williams pick at number 10, and people like it. So, I think people like the upside swing there.
Oh my God, you're right. He is only 6'8".
Yeah.
I felt really stupid.
But he has, I think, like 7'4" wingspan.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see here.
Those are some good measurements.
7'2". Sorry, 7'2".
Gotcha. Okay.
So yes, like that helps him with defending bigger guys, rebounding, different stuff like that.
All right. So he's got some shades on.
That's like a nice classic look there. Some guys are kind of going all out with the suits. He's just going classic.
It looks
dressing up with the shades.
It looks almost like he just won a Grammy. Like he looks very like a musician. Dig it. Sound like him fucking Milli Vanilli or something. Yeah. So what are your feelings on Isaiah Jackson going to Washington?
Like I said, man, I've always got soft spots for big guys who are lob threats in transition, rim protectors, rebounders, and move their feet well defensively. Like the Clint Capella types, right? I just think that those guys can always play in the playoffs and are always going to have a place in the NBA. And that's exactly what Isaiah Jackson projects as. So I honestly wanted to have him higher on my board than I did. I was like 20. Where did I have him? 26. And that is strictly because of the position that he plays. I just think it's easy to find big guys. But I'm a fan. I like Isaiah Jackson. This is a pretty good value pick. So, there you go. I think it was just traded. So hang on.
Wait, what now? What was just traded?
Wizards are sending Isaiah Jackson to Indiana for Aaron Holiday.
What?
From Shams.
Well, I will say that I told you that once we got to 20, that's when like all the trades would start happening. This seems stupid to me. Why would they do that for Aaron Holiday?
I mean, Aaron Holiday's not that bad, but I agree.
For a backup guard, I mean, like, what are you doing? Like, the Wizards need to start rebuilding and going and getting like random dudes as opposed to like taking chances on guys. That seems silly as hell to me. Unless they think that he's the next Westbrook, they're like, here you go, we'll start you here. And I don't like that move at all. I think I don't know what's up with the Pacers.
That's interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna say the longer that Jaden Springer slides, the more I think the Grizzlies would be crazy not to go get it. Here you go. So they're also receiving 31. So it's 31 and Aaron Holiday. So it's basically just to move back a few spots. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I agree. I was like, man, that's crazy just for Aaron Holiday.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah. Are you getting the same itch that you got when like Brandon Clark was falling and like you were like texting me like oh my god, you fucking Clark is falling, like you were like super excited over it.
I had Clark top 5 that year, and that's just partly because I was not in love with that draft, and I thought Clark was going to end up just being a 10-year rotation guy who's pretty good.
Yeah.
And so like he's obviously probably not going to end up being the 3rd best player from that draft, but he probably is going to end up being a top 10 player from that draft. So like when they traded up to 21 to get him, I was like, oh, that's when I knew. I was like, Kleiman, you're okay in my book, buddy.
Man. Speaking of like redrafting, they redrafted the 2018 draft. How upset are you that like nobody had Jaren Jackson in the top 5 now?
Well, that's a good draft, number one. Like Trey, Luka, Ayton, Michael Bridges, Michael Porter Jr. Like it was a crazy good draft.
Everybody had Bridges over Jaren Jackson at 5. So
but I would say
it was
that like
Ayton, Trey, Shea Gilgeous, and then it was Mikal Bridges.
I would say redrafting when guys are still on their rookie contracts is probably not what I would do. Like let's I think like you need like 6-7 years to really get a good sense.
And even then I would still not have Bridges over Jaren Jackson. I mean, like because he had like a good run like in the playoffs. All of a sudden now like the first 2 years don't matter or something or whatever. I don't know. I think that Jaren has shown more of a ceiling than what Bridges has shown or whatever. I don't know. I just see his growth is going to be like a really good role player. Which is great. I mean, like guys make long ass careers off that. I mean, like Draymond Green's going to like the damn Hall of Fame, and like he's been like a really good role player, So there's nothing wrong with that. I see that Jaren Jackson could be an all-star. I don't see that with Bridges.
So the Rockets are taking Garuba. That's the genius. Like take the flyer.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's a fuck. That's awesome. So it's what they got Jalen Green at 2, and then they traded up to get who at 16?
Sengun. Yeah.
They got Sengun and Garuba.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but how about that?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I like it.
Yeah, good for the Rockets, man.
Yeah, dude.
That's a good draft. That's a really I think people
draft,
are going to be high on that draft. That's a good draft.
That's fun, man.
Good for them.
Yeah, our Rockets fan in the chat is dying right now, he says.
Way to go, there you go, man.
Congrats, man. That's awesome.
And then, I mean, like, I wonder who they take here at 24 then.
Man.
Still some good names left, man.
Jared Butler,
Dude,
Cooper, either one of those.
We said that.
Like, there's a lot of good guys.
Yeah, dude, I said Butler and Cooper. I think either one of dude, you could just reload your entire team in one draft. It's like an NBA 2K all of a sudden. You're just like reloading entirely.
Yep.
This is like my drafts in 2K when I send out unreasonable trade offers to get like 6 first-round picks. Yeah.
DC, I don't think the Rockets plan on trading Woods. I think that they would just keep him.
Yeah,
I mean, like
I agree.
He's still young.
I don't think this is any indication of like who they do and don't like on their roster. I think they need to take the best player on the board, and they just took the best player on the board.
Entirely for rebuilding a house, and they're trying to get their like walls in place and everything else. And this was like a really good draft to do it. Christian Wood, I think, is a stud. So I in no way would trade that dude. He's a great current modern big. He can run the floor. Block shots, hit threes, and then if you get Garuba and Seaman to do all the dirty work, man, like that's crazy, dude.
Drew, you're gonna like the 24th selection. I'm not even gonna tell you who it is. You'll enjoy
no, is it Josh Christopher? No, don't say that. No. Oh, I just died.
Hey, he's in the division, so hopefully he sucks, right?
Damn you, Chip.
There you go.
This is your fault.
No, that's a good. That's fine. Like that. This is a good spot for Christopher too. Like a total upside, just like big playmaking wing. Who's he's not big. Like he's actually kind of short for the wing, but like he's got some size to him, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
dude.
He's got a good body. He can use it to his advantage. shot maker. Like that's a good swing there. 24.
I love Josh Christopher. I thought that the stars would align and he would just end up here, man. Like, no, I feel like him and Ja would have been fun as hell to watch. He's a big body, man. Like he can rebound. He just drives the lane and hits crazy shots, man. I think, once he gets his shot more consistent, he's going to be like really annoying to play against because he's just going to hit things. So, I mean, the Rockets get Josh Christopher, Usman, Alperen, and Jalen Green. That's insane. That's awesome.
That's a haul.
It is, man. That's great.
Yeah, good for them. Rockets fans got to be feeling good about it.
Yeah, I hate that they're in our fucking division, but, it is what it is, I guess.
Well, they won't be good anytime soon, so you don't have to feel too bad.
All right,
it's a good foundation.
I'm going to go get my second monster.
So Woj is now saying Quentin Grimes is going 25. He was actually a favorite of mine for the Grizz at 40. But I think that was probably a little far-fetched because Grimes was definitely moving up draft boards. And I'm sure people who are Grizzlies fans, also Memphis Tiger fans, they'll remember Quentin Grimes from his time at Houston. Really good player, transferred from Kansas. Kind of a scoring guard shooter. Like, yeah, that's a pretty fun pick, and not super surprising because he has been flying up draft boards.
Okay. So I can see why the Knicks would trade back to get this guy.
Yeah. 6'5", good jump shooter. Good, like, it's not much of a dribbler necessarily, but he's a good off ball. Like, you can run him off screens. He's pretty good defender, got pretty good size. Like, most likely a rotation player in the NBA. And if you get that in the 20s, you're fine with that.
All right, I'm back. Number 2. Is there any new news or anything?
Quentin Grimes is going 25.
Fuck! I wanted him too. Damn it. Who was 25?
That's where the Knicks traded back.
Gotcha. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, that's what we and Frank were talking about. Grimes was a guy I kind of liked at 40, but it seemed a little far-fetched that the way he was moving up, he was going to be there.
He has too many attributes that fit.
Yeah.
Like he's 6'6". He's a current 3-and-D.
Yeah.
Really pure shooter. I mean, the Knicks' biggest problem last year was that they didn't have any shooting. They didn't get Trey Mann, so did they go get the next most logical guy there with shooting? And they might lose their other okay shooter in Bullock, so he could slide right in here. And he's bigger.
So, Jaden Springer, Sharif Cooper, Jared Butler, and Bones Highland are my top 20 guys left.
Man, it's crazy. Isn't Grimes also a junior?
Yeah, he's an upperclassman. He transferred from Kansas over to Houston.
Yeah. So he could immediately, in his first year, go there, and Tom Thibodeau play him in 38 minutes if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's a total Tibbs pick because he is a really just tough SOB.
Yeah.
He's a tough wing, and it makes sense now. It all makes sense.
Man, I'm so shocked by Houston, dude. Awesome draft. Just blown away, man. I fully expect them to get an A+ from everybody.
Yeah, you can go ahead and call your shot.
Yeah,
there. That's
because they passed on Mobley, but then they literally probably got the next 2 best prospects for size in Garuba and for Alperen or whatever. And to get them, and then also get a really great wing prospect in Green, and then another prospect in Josh is just awesome, man. I mean, like that's hats off to him.
Absolutely. No, they did exactly what you want to do as a rebuilding team, and just take the best prospect that is on your board. Take the highest rated guy and just figure it all out.
See, this is where I start getting sad because then I want new players.
We're not too far. I mean, 15 picks away.
Actually, John Morant and Jalen Green are really, really close friends, dude. And Jalen really wanted to play here, but we just didn't suck last year, so we wouldn't have a chance. But John Morant actually took him under his wing early on, and helped teach him how to train and everything. So they're very close.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that he'll be playing against him for the next 10 years in the same division,
Well, it's funny you say that. I watched an interview with him earlier today. I think it was Rachel Nichols conducting it, but she asked him who are you most excited to play against in the NBA.
John Morant.
He didn't hesitate. He said Ja. Yeah. He said he's an exciting player. He thinks he himself is an exciting player. So that the clashes will be fun.
Yeah. I think that Jalen Green actually photoshopped himself in a Grizzlies jersey and stuff.
Yeah, that would have been nice. It would have been nice.
I'm so sad, dude. I wanted Josh Christopher so bad. It's weird. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, dude, I'm telling you, our division, Dallas, New Orleans, Houston, and us, we could be the best 4 teams come 4 years from now or something.
The return of the Southwest.
Yeah, because I mean, back in the day, it was all 4 of our teams or whatever that were just awesome, and it just sucks, man. The West never gets easy. It's always good.
In just our division, we have Luka, we have Jalen Green, and we have Zion. I mean, unreal. That is
put it
unreal.
That way, yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Not just the Western Conference, the teams that we play 4 times every year. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane, man. Oh man.
And Usman Garuba, who can forget? I'm terrified of Usman Garuba. I don't I tweeted out a video of him picking up a guy full court, and he guards the guy full court. The guy can barely dribble. And the guy finally gets to the 3-point line, and Garuba pokes it away, and it goes to a guy on the baseline. The guy's grabs the ball on the baseline, going up for a dunk, and Garuba sprints from the 3-point line, dunks it, grabs the ball, and starts a fast break the other way. Yeah. And I'm holy crap. I would hate playing basketball if Garuba was on the other team. That sounds horrible.
They think he kind of projects as another, Draymond Green. I don't know if he has that kind of skill set.
He's got a long way to go offensively.
Yeah, but
do that.
Draymond was 23 or something out of college. So and Garuba's what 19. So I mean, in 3 or 4 years, who knows? Where he's at and stuff. But very cool though. I just hope that this isn't another draft, because I think the last one that you and I did ship, Phoenix had all those picks, and you were really, really high on Marquise Chris and it was Dragan Bender, and they got the point guard from the Tar Heels and stuff, and then just none of it panned out.
It's crazy, yeah. Chris, that was when it was hard to know whether we should blame the players or blame the Phoenix Suns organization, because they were awful at that time. And so Chris had all the physical tools, and he's found a niche for himself in the NBA, as a decent player. But Bender was just a total bust. Kendall Marshall, I was not a huge fan of, but he didn't pan out either.
We interviewed him and Harrison Barnes, both of their drafts, and at the time, I was a Tar Heels fan person still, and I was really sad that Marshall never panned out.
Oh wow, I totally forgot this. Josh Christopher and Jalen Green are best friends, so that's cool that they get to now play together on the Rockets. They're all friends with John Morant and those guys. So that's cool. Good for them. Yeah.
There's Quentin Grimes. I think that Kevin Porter and Jalen Green started hanging out also in like the bubble and stuff. So, all those guys could be like, it could almost mirror here in Memphis where, like our locker room's been so young or whatever and stuff that it's been like a really, really like, fun, tight knit group. I think it'd also be like a very like, fun group as well.
One of my personal favorites is getting picked next. One of my dudes in this draft, Bones Highland.
Highland. I was just about to say, it's Bones.
I love Bones. Good for him, dude. Talking about like going from VCU to now first round pick and getting to play on a loaded Nugget squad. Like, good for you.
I was going to awesome. Denver. Okay.
Yeah, going to Denver, played for the Nuggets. So that's cool. Good for them.
Was that pick 26?
Yep, 26.
Okay, and then Brooklyn's 27. Okay. Yeah. Bones is great.
I wonder if Cam Thomas is now like he's edging on slipping out of the first round, which is a little surprising.
That is well. I mean, like we still got what, like 5 picks left? 4 picks left?
4, yeah, 4 now. 4.
Yeah. So I mean, like he'll go.
He could obviously still go. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, it's like it's just getting a little closer than I really thought he was going to end up going early 20s, but
let's see here. You had him.
I've got Cam 29, but I'm just talking about.
So, I mean, like you shouldn't be too shocked, man. You had him 29.
So the board for me is not how I think it's going to go. It's just how I view the players.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like I thought Cam was going to go higher. I personally have him a little bit lower. This is like right around the spot I would have taken him, in the mid late 20s. But I thought he was going to go a little higher than that.
So we have 4 guys left here. You've still got Sharif, Jaden, Jared Butler, Miles McBride, JT Thor, and Cam Thomas as your last guys, right?
Yep, that looks right to me. Yep.
Okay.
Let's see. The one thing that I hope is not happening, I have no idea. I hope that the health stuff is still not an issue with Jared Butler.
Butler. That's fair.
Because I really think he's a really good pro. He's like a great defender, good shooter, can run a point guard, can run a team as a point guard. Like, there's a lot to like about him. And I personally think I like him better as a prospect than Davion Mitchell. I'd rather have,
Tyus Jones, I mean, I think
he'd be a backup point guard for.
Yeah, Tyus just can't shoot, man. So, I would gladly take Butler.
You underrate Tyus, but I hear what you're saying.
No. I mean, but Tyus can hit shots. Like Butler makes shots. I mean, there's a huge difference there.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's like Ricky Rubio. He might hit a 3 out there every once in a while, but you're not really like worried about him.
Right.
Let's see here. So, who do you think goes here to? This is Brooklyn, right?
This is Brooklyn. Yeah. They've got like 2 picks. This would be fun for Cam Thomas. This would be a really fun Cam Thomas landing.
Yeah,
spot.
I mean, they just gave away Shamet. They're probably not bringing back Spencer Dinwiddie.
This could also be like a Kessler Edwards if they want to go with a wing.
Okay.
Maybe even like a Joe Wieskamp. This is definitely their range where these guys start coming into play. So if they want to go guard like Deuce McBride, Jared Butler, those guys all make some sense. I still think Jaden Springer is going to go off the board pretty soon.
Yeah, people really like Deuce McBride.
Sharif Cooper. Like Sharif Cooper's still out there.
Yeah.
There's good players still left. I mean, there's some guys that slipped.
Sharif Cooper is kind of weird there because when Kyrie's not handling the ball, then it's James, and then one of them hits the bench, one of them is still playing. I just maybe future wise, it's good. I just don't. I think that they need a better big man right now. Because they don't have any depth there. They're playing DeAndre Jordan. He was getting his ass kicked like the entire playoffs. I wouldn't be shocked. I can't talk. I wouldn't be shocked if they took the dude from the Tar Heels, Daron Sharp.
Yeah, that's getting to be his range too. I'm a little lower on Dayron just because I'm a little lower on Biggs in general. But yeah, this is his range. That's a good call.
But yeah, I think that he could come in immediately and be like an enforcer there, setting like heavy ass screens, getting rebounds for him.
Yep, absolutely. Ayo Dosunmu too. I mean, it's definitely starting to get in his range as well.
Who?
Ayo.
Yeah. I already told you that, like, if we can get him at 40, I'm happy with that. Now that Josh is gone, I don't really care anymore. My heart has died, so no, it's over. And I can't tell if Frank is dead or.
I'm here. I got a nice little quote from Zaire Williams here for you.
Is it Memphis?
How did you know, man? That's exactly
Sweet.
it.
Fucking love it.
He says, to the Grizzlies, you're going to get a guy with a team-first mentality who is ready to sacrifice his body, his time, and shoot almost his soul for this team. This is an unbelievable experience, and I'm just so grateful.
God, what a champion.
Yeah, what a champ, dude.
God, just
you can really glean so much from that there.
What a steal. Here we go.
I would say that, like, it's kind of cliche. I won't. Yeah, so there's Bones Highland getting picked.
I wanted Bones also. Like, he just has like that, like, excuse my language, he has that, like, fuck you factor. And I love it. He would have fit in here. So, I mean, like, folks here loved Lance Stevenson. Like they would have loved Bones, dude. I mean, like, he would have been just chopping people down, with his crosses and stuff and just hitting daggers in their faces. Like, it would be like a lot of fun for them.
Yeah, agreed. One thing I'll say too, like you guys brought up that quote from Zaire. We know that the Grizz value, they brought in a lot of high character guys, right?
Yes.
And like that is zero. There's zero question with Zaire that he is an awesome human who seems to have a pretty good work ethic. So that's one thing you can actually take from, like, hearing him talk in interviews, and I think that he gets pretty high character notes, and which not to make the comparison, like the cross sport comparison, but like for the Colts, like I'm a Colts fan in the NFL, and they only, like, they will not draft low character guys because they say they never hit their ceiling. The guys they have the most success with are high character guys who come in and do the right stuff, and they're more likely to hit their ceiling. And so it seems like the Grizz have taken a similar approach. And so the Zaire pick, like, the more you kind of unwind it, the more it makes sense.
Oh, quick side note. Are you going to fly in for the draft?
Which one?
The fantasy football draft.
No, most likely not. I will probably have to do Zoom. I'm sorry, man.
How are you going to get your trophy, man?
That's a good question.
It is a good question.
That's a good question.
I think it's funny that the last 2 years, because of COVID and everything else, that damn trophy's been in my house mocking me, like, because it was Cheesy who won it, and then you won it, and Cheesy never came to get it because of COVID, and then you moved to California, and so it's just on my fireplace. I'm just like, this sucks. I can't even look at the damn thing. It's so annoying.
It's an honor to get my name on there a second time.
Second time. Allison's really, really mad about that because she was hoping that it would only be her.
I know. Now I got to beat her to be the first one to be a 3 times.
3 times, yeah. Ugh. I'm so mad, man. This is, I'm sure, like, nobody cares what I was talking about, like, fantasy or whatever, but I need to start doing some homework here soon because I think we're aiming for the 29th. And I've done no research so far. And it's worrisome because I don't know who's going to be not getting vaccines and shit and stuff or whatever, and all that nonsense, so it's hard to know who to take and shit. Ugh, it's awful.
Right, I know.
All right, so Denver took Bones. Do we know who Brooklyn's taking?
Nothing on Brooklyn that I've seen. Have you seen anything, Frank?
I haven't seen anything.
Really?
Okay. Refresh here. I think they're targeting Quentin Grimes here.
I thought.
Oh, wait, no. That was way back at 25 here. Okay, hold on.
Tom is also in the comment section watching, and he texted me and said that it doesn't matter because I'm gonna trade my whole team away anyways, which is probably true.
He's not wrong. He is not wrong.
I've gotten better. Gosh, how dare you guys? it is super annoying because I'm in 2 other leagues and I've won both those championships multiple times, and I just cannot win mine. It is so freaking annoying.
Okay, so it's what I said I thought would be fun. They're taking Cam Thomas at 27. Yeah, that's fun. That's fun.
Yeah,
Cam Thomas is just a fun prospect.
Yeah,
and having him with the Nets makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. That they need a cheap, really good scorer, and he'll be that. Like Thomas is score first, score second. So I mean, you just give him the ball to get your buckets. I like him though. I mean, as a prospect, I was I was thinking the Grizzlies had traded back, for example, to Houston and gotten 24 and 23. I wouldn't have minded them taking him there or something or whatever, but
I think I'm going to take a dinner break after the first round for a couple picks.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I'll jump right back on. Yeah.
Has Zaire Williams had any other really championship quality quotes?
First guy in, last guy out.
First guy.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He's just quoting every cliche. I can't wait. Yeah, he just starts quoting Rocky.
Yeah.
It's just what a champ. What a good guy. Yeah, I mean, I guess tomorrow I have to go get my tags. Jesus Christ! So I'll be in line for 2 hours there. I'll have to watch a whole bunch of his stuff, which I've already watched a lot of his other things. But I'll have to try and watch other stuff.
For those interested, I've watched. I said when we picked him, I watched probably at least 6, maybe even 7 full Zaire games within the last 2 weeks. I just really dove deep on him. Yeah, I was quite interested. And
where'd you watch that?
YouTube. YouTube is a treasure trove. You can just,
oh, okay.
Yeah, it does. It does. Shout out to people stealing content because they put it on YouTube, and it I get the benefit from that. So what I like to do with guys like that is I kind of will just go look at box scores, see some of the best games, some of the worst games, try to get a gauge of what they look like on good nights, what they look like on bad nights. And I was just impressed with him. I clipped a few things and put them on my Twitter. I actually just retweeted them all when they picked him. And so if anyone's interested, they can definitely go check that out on my Twitter. Or you can probably just do the sensible thing and go to YouTube and watch highlight videos because it's probably better. But there was one in particular where a guy who will get drafted tonight, he went up against Zaire, Herb Jones from Alabama. Who was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. And Herb Jones is 6'8", 6'9". They're basically the same size. They're big, big guys. And, he puts Herb Jones in a spin cycle and then hits a pull-up jumper on him. And it was one of the most impressive plays I saw from a prospect this cycle. Herb Jones is going to be a really good defender in the NBA, and he made him look like a 14-year-old trying to defend him. It's impressive.
Yeah, that's the thing is that you'll watch him do some stuff and he'll get in his bag and just hit his step backs on people or duck ins and all types of things, and you're just so you can watch him and imagine him being a star. Yeah. And then he'll get his ass busted on something or whatever, and you're just how did he lose that guy on that screen? How did he do this? Whatever. So
right.
He's definitely a project and everything, but I'm totally okay with them going home run swing here. I think he's a really good prospect here.
Man, Cam Johnson is a fun pick for the Nets. That's really cool. Good for him.
Yeah.
That's just a really cool pick. That's one of my favorite picks of this draft, honestly.
I mean, you don't like Josh Primo for the Spurs?
That was one of my favorites just because,
it's
not only did people not have him in the lottery, they did not have him in the first round. And so I just Papagiannis is the last one that I've been completely blindsided like that. But Papagiannis is my favorite. I had him in the 60s. I was maybe you take a second round flyer.
It was so crazy to me. It was so funny.
I will say too, the Anthony Bennett one where he went number 1. I fell out of my chair. That one was. I was
Bill Simmons yelling.
Yeah.
So,
that's why Bill Simmons hasn't come back on the ESPN broadcast. I'm pretty sure it's because he was too much of a dick about that.
So good. So we got Philly, but right?
Yep.
Who the hell are they gonna take, man? Like
maybe like a Deuce McBride spot, or like these point guards keep slipping. Like Sharif keeps slipping, Deuce slipping maybe a little bit. Although this is probably a right range for him. Jared Butler's still there. Jaden's still there. Sorry, I lumped Keon and Jaden together, so I will probably. It's like having an older brother and a younger brother, so it's like I call the other one, the wrong name. So
I'm fully shocked that Jaden and Jared Butler haven't been taken yet, man. That's crazy to me.
I just hope I really do hope that like everything medically checked out with Butler, and it's not something like that. Like who knows, right? It could just be teams aren't as high on him as I am, but there's a lot to like there, man. I mean, he's a national champion point guard. He's really good.
You say that, but like everybody that I've heard talk about him loves him and thinks that like he's. And then like to watch his 5-on-5 video with Schmitz or whatever, and he seems like a really good guy and like he's really smart. He was super intuitive of every single play that he saw. He's already seen like a bunch of times and talks about him and stuff. And then like he was actually bringing up plays in the same game, and then like Schmitz is like well actually that's the like your next play or whatever. And so he's just very like intuitive and he can shoot. He plays defense. He's tough. So hopefully his health is not an issue, but I think a team's going to get like really lucky with him. I mean, it's almost like when like Malcolm Brogdon fell. I think like Butler could have that same like range of like late pick, but like really like helps out early.
Absolutely. Like at this point, if the Grizzlies really are interested in moving Tyus, like there are a lot of point guards who could come in.
Yeah.
They would not. It would be a drop off from Tyus, but likely have maybe a little bit. Their apex could be a little bit better than what Tyus is now. And Tyus is good. Like this guy had more steals and turnovers last year. Like I know the shooting is frustrating, but like he's a damn good point guard. Yeah, he is a really really good point guard. And he runs an offense well. But it does like it's something that I think everyone talks about like in the draft philosophy is like, okay, it's a Scotty Barnes thing, right? Okay, that's great that he's a great playmaker for his size. He does all this fun passing stuff. But, like, if the gravity of there is not there for the shooting stuff, like, if you don't have to respect him as a shooter, it completely limits so much of what you can do as a passer, And the same thing is true with Tyus. It just doesn't quite open up the offense as much if you're not a shooter.
We saw that firsthand with Ja this season. When his shot wasn't falling, it made it that much harder to penetrate defenses.
That Scotty Barnes or MKG had a higher potential prospect coming out of the draft or whatever.
Say it again, sorry.
Do you think that Scotty Barnes or MKG had a higher potential prospect ceiling coming out of the draft?
That's a good question.
Everybody said the same thing about him, just talking about like, he's so versatile on defense. He's a good playmaker. He can handle, he can do this, but his shot was always a huge question mark, and it just never came along. And like, I don't know how a shooting coach didn't get a hold of the damn dude, because he shot the ball like this or something. It was so insane how he shot. So hopefully, I'm just hoping that Barnes doesn't follow that same path and he actually hits his potential.
Yeah, no, I think that I do think that Scotty is like leaps and bounds better as an offensive talent than MKG was. Like he couldn't dribble, he couldn't pass, he could at least to the level that Scotty can. So that's very fair. I mean, that's like a worst case scenario as you end up with the next kid Gilchrist.
Yeah.
But man, Philadelphia is taking Jaden Springer, and they just got Tyrese Maxey and Jaden Springer back to back in the 20s. That is really good value. Good for them.
It is. Good for them, man.
That's Daryl Morey.
I feel like this is where this draft's strengths are really out there, is that once you hit the 20s, they're just good. They're just like talent everywhere. I mean, like, you just turn over a damn rock and it's just like, oh wow, yeah, there's an all-star here. Cool. It's like I just everywhere I look, man, I want that player.
I know, right? I know.
So we have Brooklyn next again, which I still think that they might take Sharp, and then we finish this round with Utah, right?
Yes. I wonder if this pick could be had. Like if this second Brooklyn pick could be had.
But who knows? It could be exactly what you were saying, that they're trying to amass really cheap talent because they have so many dudes who are getting paid like $35 million each and stuff.
Yep.
But I mean, Cam Thomas is obviously going to just come in like right for Spencer Dinwiddie.
Yeah.
Apparently, he wants to get paid $25 million a year, which is insane. I can't believe that he would even ask for that much, but it is what it is, I guess.
Hey, you can't get it if you don't ask for it.
It is fair. Didn't the who paid Mozgov? Like he got paid so much money. It was them or the Lakers, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember.
It was somebody. It was a team. He played for a lot of teams.
Yeah. During that year, just everybody got paid. It was insane.
That was Chandler Parsons' year, right?
Yeah.
That was a good year to be a free agent.
It was a good year to get all those checks. I mean, I think that was the same year that they paid Ding, right?
That might be true. Yeah, that might be. That sounds right.
Yeah, and then they ended up having to do the contract extension thing. The where he paid over 4 years or something.
Yeah, that's right. He just got his last check recently. That's funny.
So
played in the league in years.
I think this season is the last $5 million on his damn deal. Tom says it was the Lakers.
Okay.
Which sounds right.
Yeah, that does.
I agree, DC. That is a good pick.
Man, Springer and Maxey back to back in the 20s. That's just good drafting. Maxey was awesome this match.
Them plus Matisse Thybulle is also great. Oh no, now it's just me. Frank, are you still there?
I'm here, brother. I'm here.
All I see is this disembodied logo just slowly glowing and stuff.
I am the NBA.
Yeah, and then they still have Korkmaz, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and Curry. I mean, not like Philly, man. I mean, I feel like if they can get something more for Simmons or figure out how to just I don't know, man. I mean, has that duo ran its course, or do you think that there's a chance that he comes back?
With Simmons, no, I think he's gone. What do you think, Frank? I just don't see how they salvage that.
Yeah, I don't. After everything we've been hearing and the way the season ended, I feel like Simmons has got to be getting out of there. If they start the season with him still on the roster, I don't see him playing. I don't know. I don't know how he's going to get out of there, but I really feel like a trade's going to happen.
Yeah.
The problem is it's Philly, rightly is asking for a lot for him because he's an all-star that's in his mid-20s and is on a 4-year contract. But they have no leverage because everyone knows, hey, they want to trade Ben Simmons because it didn't quite work out. So I don't know. That's going to be tough, but they'll probably do something.
It just sucks that they haven't been able to make that work. There's just so much talent there, and I don't know. It just something's wrong.
All right, man. We were pretty spot on with the Nets because I said I thought Cam Thomas would be a good pick. You mentioned Day'Ron Sharp, and that's who they're going with.
Oh, they're going with? Yeah. It just made sense, man. I mean, that they need a big body. That's exactly what he does. I think that I don't know if it was you or somebody else who said that when DeAndre Jordan wasn't on the floor last year for them, they were plus 90, and then when he played, they were minus 15 or something or whatever. It was insane. He was such a fucking net minus for them.
That's crazy. Yeah, that is wild.
Plus, I mean, Kyrie, James, and Durant, only played 12 games together total.
Yeah, it wasn't much. They
was not much at all. Yeah,
with injuries. Yeah,
but when you get older, it just happens, man. I played some weird golf game yesterday, and I could barely walk today. So
No, Dayron's not a bad pick here. He's apparently he's like slimmed up a little bit. But he's still like he was not like he's a big guy, but he was not necessarily. I don't think it really hindered. Like I think he used that to his advantage. I guess I would say. Like I don't think he was like too slow, not being able to move his feet. He's got pretty good feet for a guy that size, but he's like 6'11", 260. I mean, he's going to be a load and good rebounder. He's got some skill. I think he can pass a little bit. Like, I think that's a completely reasonable pick and a guy who can play in a rotation.
He oddly reminds me of like Tillman. Like, he's just like this big, really smart bruiser.
Don't compare it to the King Xavier Tillman.
How dare you? Yeah, he's smart. Tillman's his like pick and roll game is really good. He does like a great pocket pass and everything or whatever. So like I just he's a good fit there, I think.
Yeah.
And we had Dayron going at 29th in our second mock draft.
You really
we don't miss. That's all I'm going to say. We don't miss.
Frank took him, I think, in the top 30 both drafts.
Yeah, I liked Dayron Sharp coming into the draft.
Yeah,
towards the end of the first round here, so I think this is a perfect spot to take the guy. And the Nets could definitely use somebody like this after losing Jarrett Allen. Obviously he's not the talent Jarrett Allen is, but he can kind of profile as a guy that can come in there, just be a big body.
There you go. The Grizzlies just jumped up to 30.
Yes! All right, baby, let's go. All right, so there's some exciting names on the board, guys.
All right, nobody tell me who it is. I don't want to know.
Okay, I'm gonna guess.
I'm moving away from comments here. Let's look at Ship's big board. My
best guy is Sharif. Which guy? Holy crap, that'd be fun.
If we just swap Tyus for Sharif,
that would be silly. That would be
so. JT Thor would be interesting. Yeah. I think that
Jared Butler's still
Deuce
there.
McBride, Jared Butler. Then there's like all these second round wings. There's like there's Kessler Edwards, Joe Wieskamp, Aaron Henry, Joel Ayayi, like Isaiah Todd even is an interesting one. Like I don't know where they're gonna go. There's a lot of ways they can go.
There's
wow. Okay,
man, this is great. Don't you tell me. Don't you tell me.
I will not. This is interesting and it's interesting.
Ooh, I don't like that you're saying it's interesting. I don't like that at all.
Not in a bad way. I'm actually I'm pulling this stuff up like just to make sure that I've watched this guy play twice. So
man, is the Grizz front office out here playing like 3D chess with us, because these names were not at all linked to our organization.
Did they draft me? What with
the 30th overall pick?
We take the
out of Huey's Cordova.
They take the 38-year-old point guard
from Memphis, Tennessee.
All right, here. Yeah, I do like that. They had Mike Schmitz though. That's great, man. I love seeing like a real analyst actually out there dropping knowledge for everybody. Perkins is terrible, but
Wow. Okay, this is.
All right. Nobody tell me what happened. I don't want to know. Still waiting. It's quiet. Do you think that? Tell me this: did we trade up from 40 to 30, or are we getting 30 and then we're also doing 40?
I don't think we know the specifics yet.
Okay. Yeah,
Woj just said that they're trading us the 30th.
Okay, I love the draft. This is so much fun. It's just great, man. It's just like everything's exciting. Every player's a star. Like I don't know. It's just like it's just great, man. There are comments in the comment section, but I refuse to look at them right now.
Grizz Twitter is so mad. They're so mad.
Oh no! Oh god! if Grizz Twitter's mad, it's not a wing shooter.
You've got it pegged there, yeah, bro.
So it's not Joe Wiscamp. It's not Butler. Let's see here. Who could it be then if it's not one of those dudes? Is it Isaiah Todd?
It is not.
Okay, it's not Isaiah Todd.
We're sending the 40th and 2 future seconds.
Oh, I was hoping that we would get. Okay, I was hoping that we would get one more player in this draft, but that's okay.
Man.
So Woj alert! It just say Woj bomb. That's so stupid. Let's see. Let's see if I can look at his board and figure it out. Okay. This is not Grimes. He said it's not. Is it Brandon Boston?
No, dude. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you there's no possible way you're gonna guess this unless you go one by one through his list.
He's inside my top 50, but yeah.
Okay. He's inside the top 50 here.
He is not a second round guy you hear much about, specifically not linked to the Grizzlies.
Is it Dyson Nix? So the overweight point guard out of the MG League?
It is not.
Okay, cool. All right. As long as it's not him, I don't care. Is it a foreign player?
Yes.
Ooh, is it the guard?
He is foreign. Oh, here you go. There's the pick. Are you watching?
Okay. Yeah, here we go.
But he played college and yeah.
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. He's 48th on my board. I actually was interested in him at 40 for the Grizz too. So I haven't watched a ton, very little actually. A name was brought up by a guy whose draft opinion I respect immensely. So I'll give you what I know. Basically, he's a 6'11" guy who can dribble, pass, shoot, and play defense. Like he's the exact type that the Grizzlies. He's not Zaire Williams, but like he's got some crazy skill for a guy his size and is a big time analytics darling. So and he was super like 20 and 10 guy at in college. So
I now understand why Grizz Twitter's upset.
Yeah, he averaged 21, 10, 1 and 1.7 blocks, 51% from the field, and 37% from the 3-point line in the Patriot League. But
he's an analytics darling for sure.
Also, he had a very, very high usage rate. So yeah,
I see. I thought it was going to be Rokas Jokibitis also.
Yeah.
That too, I was hoping for. I forget where he played, but he's pretty talented. I think you had him at 56 here. Yeah, from Lithuania. Wow. I was like, and now I'm like,
Maybe this will be another Tillman, man. They traded up to get this guy.
But I knew Tillman. I mean, I saw him play in college. I mean, I've never even heard of this dude.
Yeah,
he's Spanish. So yeah, he's like I said, I'm not sitting here watching a whole lot of Loyola basketball on Tuesday nights. So his name was brought up to me. And I did, like I said, watched him a couple times, and like there's some stuff there. It's a swing. Like it's another swing on a guy who is big and has some like guard level type, not guard skill, but like 6'11" dudes don't really pass, defend, dribble, and shoot. So like he's a unique type player.
All right. Do you need to go eat food?
I need to eat food, man. I need to eat food. That's all I can say. You won't like me when I don't eat food. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I am going to take a break for a minute, and I'll jump back on.
Frank and I will hold it down.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that guy's name.
Yeah, Santi Aldama, I think is Santi Aldama.
So okay, whatever. All right. I mean, like it's like we said at pick. at pick 10, there's no reason to not trust the front office until they give us a reason not to.
I mean, at 30th, man, that's the names on the board. There are a few maybe that would have been more exciting, but
I would have liked Jared Butler there.
I would have liked Jared Butler too, but we're pretty loaded at the wing position right now. They clearly see DB as the shooting guard of the future.
Which I am at this point. I'm fine with. He was awesome in the playoffs. There's no reason to think that he can't be. I mean, he's only 25, right?
Right. And the Zion Williams pick
26?
really confirms that. Yeah, he's I think 5th or 6th year in the NBA this upcoming season.
Dude. I mean, he hasn't even hit his prime yet, which is at 27. So, and his contract's good, so I have no problem with him at the 2.
But getting rid of Valanciunas, we do need size, man. So
if it's me, I mean, you have to start Zaire Williams then at the small forward.
I think that's what they're going for, man. I think, wins be damned. They're just going to go pure upside with this roster this season. They'll probably throw, I'm thinking, a starting lineup of Ja, Dillon, Zaire Williams, Jaren Jackson, and maybe Steven Adams. Maybe do Tillman at the 5 there instead of Adams, but just go full young core.
You probably have to start Adams, at least try that out, and everything. And then you, David, I personally like the trade of Jonas, but I was not the biggest Jonas fan in the first place. I could see a lot of his negatives, he was really bad in the in pick and roll defense. I think he would pad his stats on rebounding. There's just a lot of things I didn't think he fit well with Jaren and Ja, but he's incredibly talented in the post. He can really score buckets. I think, I don't know how he fits with Zion. I mean, folks keep calling him this floor spacer, but he didn't really shoot threes or anything. So, I mean, I guess because he shoots jumpers every once in a while, maybe it'll help out Zion. I don't know how that fits. Frank, how do you feel about the trade?
I mean, I think there's a very good chance of Jonas working out in New Orleans, but I question similar things as the fit with Zion. I'm not sure about. Zion really needs to be able to dive to the basket hard. Jonas is going to want to be right under the basket most of the time on offense. So they're going to have to figure that out. And after only averaging about a 3 a game last season, very few attempts, I just think it's a little weird fit wise, but Jonas was an amazing player for us last season. We could sit here and argue all day about whether or not that led to, directly to wins. I think he did carry us to a few wins there.
No, he wasn't our best player. I think he was the most consistent player.
He was easily the most consistent
for the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
But I think I forget who I was talking about this. Once you got to the playoffs, he was easily outclassed, and so you could see your immediate ceiling because he's not going to outplay Jokic. He's not going to outplay Davis. He's not going to outplay Gobert. Just every team ahead of you had a center who was multiversal. He's not going to play. He won't outplay Ayton. He's not going to outplay. The dude on Portland, Nurkic. Whatever. So. I think once we got there and he was almost played to the bench, they saw that they had to make a move. And I'm totally fine. Oh, the Bucks got Isaiah tied at 31. Nice. So I don't know. It sucks to take on those contracts from Adams and Eric Bledsoe. Hopefully they can move off of Eric Bledsoe. I just don't want him here in general. I think it's kind of like a cancer, but whatever.
Yeah.
I love this pick, but by the Bucks.
Way to go, Bucks.
Yeah, Isaiah Todd is great for them. He has so much potential. He can really shoot the ball. He was a pretty big prospect before the whole G League thing. He just didn't really play that well, and he was outshined by Kuminga and Green. And I think people kind of lost him in the shuffle there. Him going to Milwaukee is going to be awesome.
Yeah, man. They could probably run it back and have a very good chance of getting back to the finals, but the teams around them are going to get better. So
yeah, I agree. Yeah, totally. He can. I think that once they get back Dante DiVincenzo, you can put Tucker back on the bench. Lopez is going to get relegated probably to the bench at some point. And then, you could play Todd and like Giannis together probably. It's like I don't see why you couldn't. But I love that pick there. It's a good upside pick for them. Who's next in round 2, Frank?
Next up picking is going to be the Knicks. Yep.
Is Cooper available still?
They are. Watch him go to the Knicks here.
That would be crazy. Yeah. To like that would be pretty cool for them though. To just entirely trade back and still get Cooper somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I even feel like the Knicks fans who are complaining about picking him where we picked him would probably be okay with him here at 32.
Totally. So. I think it's nuts. I guess it's not nuts, man. I mean, like I was looking at mock drafts and people had Sharif Cooper going like in the low 30s, and in my mind, I was like, why would he ever go that low? But he fell right down there. Let's look at Chip's board here. All right. So Primo's gone. Kessler's still available. There's a whole bunch of dudes here. Joe Westenkamp. Let's see. The Knicks.
Sharif Cooper, baby.
Yeah, nice.
I'm calling it. No, I don't know for sure.
Oh, you don't know. Gotcha. Take your time. Jeremiah.
Oh, your guy.
I was only off by one pick on him.
Yeah, you said he was going to go in the late.
I had him at 30, I think, or something, whatever. Yeah. Robinson Earl is super talented, man. He's kind of like almost like a Jeremy Grant style guy, whatever, he's tough. Just all around. I like that. Get another text from the so the Knicks have traded 32 for 34 and 36. Was that pick 32?
That was pick 31. No, that was 32, yes.
Okay, so who did the Knicks trade back again with?
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I don't have Twitter in front of me, so I'm just this is old school, like just straight blind, just like barreling through.
At least you're not having to wait until the paper comes in tomorrow morning.
Yeah, David. I had Jeremiah at pick 30 for the Jazz, which I thought that they needed another guy to come in for Derek Favors, who's getting old. But I don't know what they're gonna do. They definitely need another solid power forward. Yeah, I agree. This is a really, really weird draft for the Knicks. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
It does feel a little bit like, there's no real reasoning. I don't know.
I don't know. I guess maybe they're feeling that they're going to get the job done in free agency, so they're just trying to build up other assets. Maybe.
Yeah.
I thought, I didn't think their team was old enough to really try to do that. But, I mean, I would have still have tried to amass younger players right now. All right, let's see. The Magic are on the clock here, but I don't know whose pick is what at this point. Jason Preston, man, he was really flying up boards. I know that he was becoming like a analytics darling. Pretty strong guard. He's not a great shooter, but he's not a bad shooter. Really good playmaker. I don't know if he's actually going to go to Orlando here or not or whatever, but he was testing very well in gyms and stuff and everything. Yeah, but I don't know if that's actual Orlando's pick or not or whatever. But that would be kind of weird, wouldn't it? They got Jalen Suggs also, and they still already have Cole Anthony, and they have Fultz. I don't think that that's their pick. All right, so the Thunder have 34, 36, and 55. So I guess the Thunder got Earl and then traded back with the Knicks, and the Knicks had 34 and 36. Is that right, or is that wrong?
What's that?
Oh, so the Thunder have 34 and 36. I think that they traded both those to move up to get the Knicks pick at 32. And so the Thunder should have gotten Earl, right?
The Thunder are currently on the clock at number 34.
Okay.
I think Earl is going to the Knicks.
Okay. Dude, it's so confusing. And then now it's going to be commercials, and then guys are going to start getting drafted and stuff, whatever. Yeah. Is I thought that Hampton was a wing though. Is he a guard also, David?
Yeah, RJ Hampton's a guard.
Okay. For some reason, I thought he was like a 6'5" wing.
I mean, he could maybe do a little combo, but
Gotcha. He's not a point though, is he?
I don't. He might play a little, or might have played a little bit of point, but
Because he was a dude who came out from high school, right? Like 2 years ago or something.
yeah, I think he played Australia.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, because he was the dude that was supposed to play for the Tigers.
Yeah,
In Memphis, and then he ended up going to Australia instead, and he played with.
He's a 6'4" point guard. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so the pick is in for the Thunder. Let's see who they select here. Rokas Jokibatis. See, that's the guy I thought we were going to get. He's pretty talented guard from overseas, and he has a really fun name to say. And did the Nuggets? Yeah. They got Bones, right?
They did. Oh, and man, somebody makes a good point on Twitter. Is the early second round contracts are actually slightly less maneuverable than those late firsts.
Huh.
I think you can apply like fewer protections and everything on the contracts for the late firsts. So moving up, that might be the reason why they moved up from 40 to get him at 30 there. He might have been the guy they were targeting at 40. But moving up to 30, I think that would.
Well, I know that round 2 is also non-guaranteed, right?
Yeah, and also, okay, I'm seeing here that there's reports that Santi Aldama was being targeted by the Thunder in the 34 to 36 range, so maybe they felt they had to move up to compete with that.
I'll have to watch a whole bunch on him now to get a feel. I've never watched that dude play. So
I've never watched him either, but I looked up highlights. Man, he seems like he's got a sweet stroke for a big man.
It's it's
pretty well.
So. I mean, like Adam Morrison also looked good in highlights.
You're right. It's highlights, but the averages are there, even though it was a poor conference. It's there.
But I think Paul George played at Fresno, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty.
And Curry played at Davidson, and
especially recently, there's been plenty of precedent for.
I mean, fucking
amazing players coming out of small schools. So, yeah, I think maybe landing Jaw gave the front office the confidence to take a dude like that. He's just like, yeah, maybe he's not playing in a power conference, but look what he's doing here in Loyola.
I guess we're not going to get back in the draft, which I like. That makes sense. That's 2 picks. I just wish I had the round 2 picks in front of me, so I knew exactly who was going up next. Who's at 35?
35 is the Pelicans. Pelicans.
Fly, Pelican, fly. Okay. Let's see. I think their pick might be in also. So Rokas looks to be getting traded to the Knicks. Okay. I wish I could just play the damn feed or whatever so we could just watch it, but I don't want to get dropped again. Yeah. I mean, like, because I know that long time ago, Carlos Boozer went, I think, like the first pick of second round, and that's how he ended up screwing over Cleveland. Is they told him a certain amount of money, and then he went and used that as leverage with Utah, and they gave him like a lot more. Like, it's crazy to think that if Boozer never leaves Cleveland, I wonder. We do not have a Twitter account, DC, because Frank refuses to make one. I've been asking him for 2 months.
It's in the pipeline, DC. It's in the pipeline.
Because Frank skateboards for like 6 hours every day.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so Carlos Boozer screwed over the Cavs all these years ago, and it's weird to think that maybe he wins a title in his first run with Cleveland if Boozer doesn't run away from him. Let's see who the Pelicans take here.
Yeah, we'll get on that Twitter account ASAP though.
2022. Herbert Jones. That's a guy that Chip was pretty high on, talking about he's a pretty good big defensive wing. Yeah, that's the first thing that they said. He's a versatile defender. Yeah, so Herb Jones going to Pelicans. All right. It's a local product. So that means that the Knicks should be back on the clock at 36 then, right? Like it says the Thunder, but I think that those picks got traded. I could be wrong, though. I don't know. It happens a lot.
Let me see here. Seems like the sources are saying that they're taking Miles McBride at number 36. The Thunder are.
Okay. Deuce McBride. I'll just pull up Twitter here.
Deuce McBride. I got a couple all nickname players in this draft. Got Deuce and Bones.
Why is this not playing? Son of a... Oh, accidentally.
And the pick is that number 36, Miles McBride, is going to the Knicks, like you said.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. Okay, let's bring up Adrian Wojnarowski here. Twitter. Okay. Yes, so the Knicks got 34 and 36. Who was at 34? That was Rokas, right? Jokovitis?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which is hilarious considering the Knicks fans' absolute adoration for your EuroLeague players.
And it looks like I was right. Jason Preston is going to the Clippers, actually. He's not going to be with the Magic. It just made no sense that he was going to play there. Which is also kind of weird because didn't they also take Keon Johnson?
They did, yeah.
Yeah, that's super strange. I'm just trying to play catch up with Woj here. Is there a way to just auto reload over and over again? Oh, okay. It looks like it does it on its own.
Yeah, I think it auto reloads the page every couple minutes.
Okay, cool. So it looks like there will be no Ben Simmons trade tonight, since the Sixers are not close. This could be a really long thing, man. I mean, the whole Harden thing took 2 months or something?
That's what I'm saying, man. I could easily see this playing out into the season and them setting him out until a trade happens.
It's so crazy that the Knicks just kept trading back and back and back.
So who did the Nets end up with again?
The Nets got Day'Ron Sharp and
That's
Cam
right.
Thomas.
Yeah.
All right, and this is going to be. You said it's Deuce McBride.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Deuce.
Miles McBride. Which I'm kind of shocked he didn't go higher. People were like really, really high on him. You think maybe his size like had issues or something? Because he's like 6'2".
Yeah, I think that's ultimately why he fell. It's just he doesn't really have NBA size, but the skill set's there, man. I think that's a very nice place to take McBride.
Yeah, David, it's really hard to know when it's time to actually trade your top player. Like when we had Pau Gasol years ago, and we just couldn't quite get over the hump. They eventually moved him to the Lakers, and that ended up being an okay trade because Marc Gasol ended up being good. But at the time, man, we got crushed on it. So it's really hard to. I mean, because you're never going to get value based on that top guy getting moved out. So James Harden was never going to get back equal value because he's like an MVP caliber guy. So it's hard to know when to move on.
And unfortunately for Morey and the Sixers, that's probably going to be what plays out for them with the Simmons situation.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, when Isaiah Thomas got moved was it Kyrie?
Yeah.
That was like the first time ever that two guys who both scored 27 a game or something, got moved for each other. And it kind of didn't work out for either team because Kyrie, he was injured and then he just didn't like the culture there. And then Isaiah Thomas was hurt and then he just never got back. So that it was a weird lose-lose almost. And then they traded for, Kemba and then it just didn't work or whatever. You're just, I don't know, you're just never going to get back what you hoped. But, I think Houston had an awesome draft, and this is a really great start for them. And hopefully, at least one or two of those guys turn into stars, and I think that's all that you can really hope for. Maybe the other two end up as okay role players. Yeah, I mean, if Jalen Green turns into, I mean, how much what's a good floor, Frank, for Green, you think?
For Jalen Green, I think his floor is
it's like a J.R. Smith or something, or like a
prime J.R. Smith, 20 to 21 a game. Gets good stocks, good average assist numbers and rebounds. Good defensive contributor, but maybe not a stopper. And then
you get a non-pothead version of J.R. Smith.
Yeah, just shot creator, shot maker, fluid finisher, just offensive star that really profiles as maybe a future two-way superstar.
Yeah,
or at least on the defensive side, have the talent and skill to not get beat. So
I would say that, or maybe a Jason Richardson. Who played for the Warriors? He was just crazy athletic, awesome scorer. He had some years where he was quasi all-star, but he just never got the votes. But him, Baron Davis, and Monte Ellis were a lot of fun there in the early 2000s and stuff. I would say if Jason Richardson is the floor, and if you can hope for a Kobe Bryant style player, I think that's you take that.
I do think that's the floor. I think Jalen Green's going to be special regardless of what level he ends up at. But whether it's special for 3 or 4 seasons and then an effective role player for the rest of his career, or maybe he's a superstar for the majority of his career. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But he's going to be great.
If you can do that, and if Usman could become almost like a Serge Ibaka, I think that, or if Alperen could be a really good version of Enes Kanter or something, or if he could be almost like a DeMontis.
I like the Al Jefferson comparison, man.
It is, that's a really good comparison. Al Jefferson was tough as nails. He could really score at the basket.
Just a bucket, yeah.
Yeah, he was an all-star for a few years for the Bobcats. I remember when he went to, I think he was originally drafted by Boston. He showed a lot of potential, and he was the main get for the Timberwolves way back in the day. And he was a quasi all-star there for them. And, just very, very good, man. And then I think he ended up with the Jazz at one point, didn't he? It was like
with
him
the
and
Jazz on that team that had like Paul Millsap, him, Derek Favors, Cantor.
So I mean, like, if you could get, like if Jalen Green and him both turn it into those, then it's pretty damn good, man. And then if Josh Christopher is just like an okay guy off the bench for you, I think that's a really good foundation. You just gotta find a way to get rid of that awful John Wall contract.
Or, they're going to be full rebuild for a while here. I'm not sure how many years are left on that contract. It may very well just be a situation where it plays out, I'll
tell you what, let's look it up real quick.
Because I really just have a hard time seeing any other team wanting to take that contract on. Unless I don't know, maybe part of the play is building up these first round picks, talented players to maybe package with a John Wall contract.
All right. So Jesus Christ, it's got a player option too. It is next year. The upcoming season is $44 million, and then he has a player option the year after, which he's definitely going to take at $47 million.
Yeah, man. At that point, I think you just let John Wall be John Wall and let the younger guys develop underneath him. Like, I don't see a team wanting to take on a $45 million contract.
Jesus, that's insane. That's so much money, dude.
It is. And, swinging for the fences with John Wall there on that trade was really a big gamble. Yeah. And it did not work out. But it seems like they have really, really, just in this one draft, almost gotten back on the saddle and are back on the path to success with this rebuild. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
David, as a Rockets fan, let me ask you this. When the first trade happened with Harden, would you have been content to get Karis LeVert and Jared Allen, or were you fine in terms of how things played out?
Yeah.
I don't know, I kind of felt that both those guys were, pretty talented and younger, but let's see. It looks like the Kings are picking. Who was the last few picks? They were on commercial break and they haven't pulled them up.
So, Io and JT Thor both got taken off the board there with the last two picks.
Gotcha. That seems right.
JT Thor went to Detroit with the 37th pick, and Ayo went to Chicago with the 30th.
Ooh, I like that. That's what I mean. Like, if he could come in, I mean, like, I would. I want to say that, like, I would let him start immediately, but I would definitely give him a chance. I'm not a big fan of Tomas Satoransky. I think he's just not very good. And then Kobe White I love Kobe White, but he's more of a scoring guard than a true point. Him and Io could be a lot of fun together too. Like, they're 6'4", 6'5" guys. And
would
then
maybe shift Levine to the 3. So
yeah, definitely.
Kobe and
I would try and just go like balls out, man.
Yeah.
Like put Patrick Williams at the 4, whatever, and just like try to like outrun people.
That could be an exciting lineup, man. They're probably not going to stop anybody, but I mean, they're going to get up and down the floor.
Yeah, man. I agree. Jared Allen, I think, is a really good young big. Him and Christian Wood could have been like a lot of fun together. But I mean, everything happens. I mean, we've talked about a lot of things where it's like, well, if maybe we had taken Trae Young instead of Jaren Jackson, and then is Trae Young and RJ Barrett a better combo than John Morant and Jaren Jackson? But your team wins how it wins, and so who knows if changing pieces here and there changes your picks, because if we go Trae Young, do we actually get pick 9 and then pick 9 moves up for John Morant? You just don't know how things actually like play out. So you just got to hope for the best sometimes.
It's a good way to look at it, David. Basically, those trades just didn't work out to the point where it led your team to get Green. So there you go, man.
And like, not only that, but like Oladipo, man, what's up with him, dude? Like, is he just gonna be hurt all the time now?
I mean, think he decided at some point that he didn't want to play for Houston. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, no, he got traded to the Heat, remember?
Oh, that's right. You're right.
Yeah. That's and exactly then he went there and he only played a few games for them, and then he was injured. I mean, like they really tried to add him to their mix, and they could have used him in the playoffs. He just didn't.
I actually totally forgot about that trade because of the injuries.
Yeah, man. And now they're trying to find another guard. It's so weird.
Man, last season, going into it with Oladipo on the Pacers, I was very excited about his prospects, honestly. And then you could just see it wasn't working with the Pacers, and I don't know, man. He really did fall off a cliff.
Yeah,
during that season.
Jared Butler to the Pelicans there. I like that.
Yeah, and he came off knee surgery, so that's I mean,
like it's just weird to think that he was a really good 3-and-D guy for Orlando, and I remember when he got moved, and that was the hope to add him to Durant and Westbrook, but that wasn't enough, and so Durant ended up leaving anyways, and then he ended up turning into like a quasi all-star, and then he got moved for Paul George, and he was good for a little bit, and then he got hurt, and he has just never recovered. Man, it sucks. Really good player. Liked watching him in Indiana, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, man. Yeah. It's crazy to think that the Thunder had Sabonis, who was like this all-star, diamond in the rough, and they just gave him away for Paul George. It's also kind of crazy that every team that trades away Paul George gets better. It's really cool. Like, he's just this weird piece that people just like trade away, like, and get like other like younger good pieces. Do you think Kawhi Leonard leaves the Clippers, Frank, or do you think he stays, man?
Man, I really don't want to try to put a pin on that guy. I feel like I do not understand how that guy's brain works. Yeah. I mean, I think he's going to stay with the Clippers. After making that move to LA and getting Paul George on board, it really felt like they were trying to build something there. But after 2 straight years of just really just bad failures, man, you got to think he's got to be thinking about it. Like, where else could I be going that, I wouldn't just be falling out in the second round every time. Yeah. Welcome back, Chip.
Yeah, so I watched Santi Adalma highlights.
All right. How great is he?
Yeah, I mean, first ballot Hall of Famer.
I'm sold.
I knew it. I'll never second guess them again.
No, okay, hang on. I did stall for 2 seconds. I did actually find something that was
no problem.
Interesting.
I think it's crazy that Sharif Cooper's still on the board, man. I thought he would be gone by
slipping,
now.
Man. Yeah.
You think he just is telling teams not to draft him, and he's just going to go undrafted so he can pick his team now?
Hey,
that happens a lot in the second round, honestly.
Who's the guy that that is supposed to be joining? Was it the Clippers or the Timberwolves? That they might get in trouble for a tampering or something. That they've already agreed to have a guy on the summer league team.
Antetokounmpo's brother.
Yeah.
Alex Antetokounmpo. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy that he's already gotten a promise to play there. Is Joe going to the Spurs? That would be a very Spurs pick.
That's a Spurs pick. Okay.
All over the place.
All right. So you ready for my Santi Aldama nugget?
Here we go. He's
Okay. So in 2000, so he's obviously Spanish, right? He played at Loyola Maryland, but he's Spanish.
Why isn't he playing for the team?
I don't know. Spain's too good. They're too good, right? I know Garuba got a few minutes, but they're legitimately too good.
They're so old now.
Yeah, it's true. So, anyways, in 2018, he was the MVP of the FIBA U18 European Championships.
Okay.
So that's pretty good. And I'll give you some past MVPs. Tony Parker, Nicholas Batum, Sergio Rodriguez, Costa Koufos, Enes Kanter, Jonas Valanciunas, Dario Saric, Frank Ntilikina. There's some pretty good past MVPs.
Man,
guys that are really
good. And then you're like, Sergio Rodriguez is like, ugh, he's like a flame out. And then who'd you say, Darko? Who'd you said?
Dario Saric. Jonas, Enes Kanter, Batum, Tony Parker.
Yeah.
Costa Koufos. By the way, I saw Costa Koufos playing in the basketball tournament, the TBT thing,
Oh, okay.
He was playing for the Ohio State alums, and I was like, wow, it is awesome to see Costa Koufos in his hook shot back playing basketball.
And his hook nose.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got a big nose, man. That's
Shouts to Costa, man. He was a fun backup for a while.
I loved Costa.
I met him like 3 or 4 times. So very chill, very nice guy.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So where did Joe go?
Spurs.
Oh, to the Spurs. Okay, yeah. I thought that was like a projection. I didn't know that he actually went there. Let's see who the Pistons are taking here. I've never heard of Isaiah Livers. Chip, tell me about him.
Really? Okay, no, Isaiah was one of the best guys on that Michigan team. Some people will tell you that like he was probably – so he actually got hurt, and Michigan probably was one of, if not the best teams in college basketball last year. And he got hurt going into the conference or going into the NCAA tournament. And so it kind of hurt their chances. But anyways, Livers, he's a 6'7", 6'8", kind of stretch big guy, really good shooter. I think he probably has a chance to hang around in the league. He's hurt right now, and probably wouldn't have been that high of a pick if he was healthy. But the fact that he was hurt and probably dropped him down into the 40s here. But yeah, that's a totally reasonable pick. He's got a pretty translatable skill. Big guy, stretch the floor, so that makes some sense.
The Kings. I don't know how to say this guy's name. Nehemiah
Keita, yeah.
Yeah.
Keita. I think it's Nehemiah Keita, actually.
Portland has acquired the 43 pick from New Orleans. Blazers are taking Greg Brown, apparently, at 43.
So I think, Sharif is the only guy that I had as like a first round, like top 30 guy left on my board.
Yeah, this is crazy, dude. I in no way thought that he would fall. And so you're thinking that that at this point his agent's telling everybody not to like take him?
I think that's very possible. I don't know. Like I have zero.
Is that not embarrassing though? Not to even get drafted. I mean, I would rather get drafted. And
it happens a lot though, because like so much of it is fit, right? And so now you get to pick where you want to go as opposed to just being drafted.
I fully get that, but Sharif Cooper was this like really good prospect, and I don't know, to get like not even drafted is kind of fucking embarrassing. I don't know, man. I mean, like, I would rather do that, and then maybe you could play your way on to like another team or something, maybe.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. So let's see here. Let's check out your board here in the second round.
Yeah.
Is there anybody on here that you're shocked that hasn't gone yet still?
Kessler Edwards, has he been picked?
I don't think so.
That's shocking. That's actually shocking. Yeah.
What about Joel Ayayi?
Not shocked, I would say.
Okay.
So we're at 44. Yeah, this is his range, like early to mid 40s.
Yeah. Has Brandon Boston already gone?
No, he is not.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked by that. I'm a little shocked by Austin Reeves. I know that like a lot of people like him. I think that David Johnson will get a call immediately after the draft. Him and David Duke as well, probably. I think Aaron Wiggins got drafted, didn't he? Oh, God dang it. Again. ESPN
okay, so here you want to hear something kind of interesting. This is from ESPN. This is back on Santi Aldama. So this is here you go. This is like some next level stuff from the Memphis front office. I'll just read it. I'll just read the whole thing here. So Utah traded this pick to Memphis as part of an undisclosed package. They surprised many around the league, selecting Aldama. Aldama made a name for himself on the international FIBA circuit for Spain on the, what we talked about, winning MVP. Yeah. But anyways, it says Aldama had a mysterious draft process, not conducting any publicly known workouts for NBA teams, and electing to decline an invitation to the NBA Combine, citing a desire to, quote, continue his career in Spain. He openly discouraged teams from selecting him, going as far as to turn down Zoom interviews after returning to his home country. But here's where it gets interesting. Most NBA teams assumed he received some type of assurance he would be drafted, or a promise, and will receive a two-way contract if he went undrafted. But him being drafted in the first round likely confirms that he was shut down by Memphis several months ago, and Memphis had promised him higher than anyone originally thought. Basically, Memphis hid Santi Aldama from everyone through the whole draft process.
Yeah,
that's what I'm like.
Moved
They're
up to get
playing
him.
3D chess with everybody, man. Like
that is like unbelievable.
That's like they are legitimately maneuvering through this draft to get their guys. Like that's some crazy like
Holy
espionage
crap.
level shit.
This comment from BC is great. He said teams across the league saw the video of Sharif's dad throwing basketballs at his head and his workouts.
Poor Sharif, man. I love Sharif. He was one of
Yeah.
my favorite guys to watch. Okay, there you go. The Nets just picked Kessler Edwards. So his
Okay.
Man, I thought
he
Sharif
wouldn't
was
be too
first
long.
round for sure.
Yeah, this is weird, man.
Very surprised. He's short. I mean, like that's the knock on him, right?
He is.
Maybe he's 6'1", like maybe.
Yeah.
But still, that skill level, like the way he produced at a high level,
Man.
I'm shocked, man.
Like,
shocked.
I think it was either Mike Schmitz or Chad Ford put up a stat that was like, it was all these guards and how many free throw attempts that they had gotten or whatever. And Sharif was like at 104 attempts versus like everybody else being at like 45, 50. Even like he just got to like the rim, dude. So I don't know, man. Like your talent will like, get you far. So, I mean, like, if it's to get drafted, he'll go to summer league, ball out, I get a contract, and then like you make his way that way, I'm sure it's not the story that he wanted, but he'll just have to like make it his own, man. David,
agreed.
I'm pretty sure JT Thor he got drafted, didn't he?
JT Thor's off the board.
Yeah. I thought so.
Yeah, JT was a target of 40 of mine that I was a big fan of.
He's got a cool name.
Good for him. Yeah.
He ended up going to Detroit, I believe, at number 40.
Yeah, 39. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
So he wouldn't have made it to 40 anyways.
Yeah, he went 37th.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Do you think that the Grizzlies try to get back in?
Maybe. They just have such a big roster anyway. It sounds like maybe Aldama is going to be a stash guy anyways.
Oh, I know. As soon as you started talking about him wanting to play in Spain, I was like, God, I don't want another stash guy. I don't want another what was his name? Pocus or Pukas or whatever what the hell's his name?
I remember who you're talking about. Yeah.
No. God damn it! It was
he never came over.
We traded away a pick, a first round for him. Damn it, not Tima, but it was a dude that came over the year after.
Yeah.
And he played in the summer league, and he just got his ass busted the entire damn in every single game. He was slow as hell. He couldn't. Oh my god, it was like a Chris Wallace thing or whatever. He was just trading away picks.
We took him in the 30s too. Like we took him pretty high.
They traded away the future first from the Clippers.
Rade Zagarach.
Yes,
Rade Zagarach.
Rade, yeah.
It came. I knew it would come to me.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that's not another thing there with him.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, like Rade. So I follow a few guys who they cover the draft basically through the lens of international prospects, right? That's kind of like their thing. Speaking of Johan Bergen just went right there.
You had him on your board. Do you know anything about him?
Yeah, I watched like highlight stuff. I haven't gone super in depth.
You had him on like 55 there.
I did, yeah. Like he's 6'5", kind of like maybe a primary creator. Good, really good athlete. Not a great shooter yet. So he could improve there, but like he's got like a good base to work off of, right? Good athlete, good size, pretty good playmaker. So yeah, I thought he was worth the second round gamble.
Yeah, I mean that seems like so. This is Brad Stevens, right? This is like his first draft.
Sure is,
yeah. So okay. I'm excited to see how he transitions and stuff, I guess, into the like front office.
Yeah, same.
I also think it's funny that people kept trying to trade Jaylen Brown. I know, it's like, dude, like, why would you want to trade Jaylen Brown? Like, he's awesome. You guys are so weird.
Yeah, that's stupid.
All right, so what we got? 14 picks left.
Yep. Toronto's up at 46. I have not seen who they're taking.
Dude, it would be crazy if Cooper. Man, that'd be fucking crazy if he doesn't get drafted, dude. It's nuts.
He's gonna go undrafted and then sign with the Knicks.
Yeah. We'll get you guys somehow. All right. Let's see. Boston just took their pick. Edwards. Dun, 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 dun. Just checking out Woj's Twitter account here.
He's kind of slowed down. I feel like maybe they're not scooping the second round.
Yeah, a little bit here. Getting back to Santi. You know what? A lot of people, when they get promises, that they don't always follow through. Like I know that, like I've heard a lot of stories about guys like they'll go do like a workout, have a great workout, and then they'll tell them, all right, close down all of your other workouts. We're going to take you at 9, and then the board falls in a way, and then they don't take that guy at 9, and then he didn't work out for anybody else, and so guys will fall sometimes. So it's kind of crazy to think that if that story is true, that if Memphis told him, hey, shut it down, we'll take you at 3rd, at whatever pick or whatever, and then for him to actually do that is crazy.
Yeah, you're spot on. It's a dangerous game to play both ways, right? I mean, for a team, you don't want to do that too often, because then you get the reputation of your promises don't mean anything.
Exactly.
You want to try to follow through on that, but no, I'm with you. It is a dangerous game, and the Santi Aldama stuff just hit me like a ton of bricks. They really shut this guy down completely and hit him from everything.
Yeah, dude.
And wow. and so I'll tell you what's interesting too. They traded up to the 30th pick and took him. So what does that mean? Is they now have as much as 9 years of control with Santi Aldama, right? So they get the 2 years guaranteed. Then they get the 2 options, and then they can sign him to a 5-year extension after that, as opposed to a second-round pick. It's only 1 year guaranteed, and then you've got the options going into that. And it's more money for him too, so they did right by him as well. So that's good on that. Wow, I cannot believe they pulled that off. That's some you need to make a movie about that type crap.
It is pretty crazy that we made it this far in our coverage of the draft without really knowing who a 20 and 10 guy is. So and I feel like props to the Grizz on that one.
Who is Danilo Banton?
Like a 6'9" point guard.
Okay.
Yeah, big point guard from Nebraska. I had him definitely on my board.
Let's see here.
62nd. Yeah, it's not on that, but I did have him 62nd. I ranked 70 guys, so he barely.
Yeah, I saw that.
But so yeah, he's just a big point guard. Just again, you're just kind of rolling the dice at this point. The second round it's a little weird. I was actually listening. It was really good insight, I think, from Chad Ford, who is saying that a lot of times the second round is dictated by agents and players and teams. Teams will call an agent and say, hey, we want to take your guy here, but we want to put him in the G League. We want to stash him, basically. And the agent will say, no, he's not interested in that. So they'll just pass on that guy and move on to the next guy on their board. Say, hey, and they'll just keep going down the list until someone's like, yes, you can stash my guy. And so the second round is not like the first round. It's not always best player available. It's kind of weird.
Are you shocked that Charles Bassey is on the board still?
Not shocked, no. But
okay,
this is his range.
I
had Bassey in the 50s, maybe.
I imagine a team's going to take Knicks. Just on pure potential here.
I think so.
Yeah, he was a big prospect as well. I think he just had a pretty crappy bubble, but I'll be shocked if like he doesn't get taken. Jason Preston got taken a little bit higher than I thought too. I think like in like the early 30s, didn't he?
Yeah.
I was not expecting that at all. Yeah, and like Brandon Boston's available still. Austin Reeves is still available, which is also weird. Crazy. Oh, Toronto just took David Johnson. I thought he might fall out, but all right, there we go.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, he's a good player.
He is a good player.
I think he was higher up on boards. I'm a little shocked he fell this far. I had him in like the mid 30s, but I think Toronto grabbing Scotty Barnes and then a more experienced player in Johnson could be really good for them.
Yeah, he really improved as a shooter too. That was a good step for him this past season. So yeah, good for him, man. I actually kind of like David Johnson.
Yeah. Where do you have David Duke at?
I do not have David Duke rated. Unfortunate name, but
very unfortunate. Yeah, man. Like, I feel like he's not getting drafted just on principle right now.
No, it's actually like
your name.
Someone asked him about that. I actually watched an interview. Someone asked him about that, and he was like, I know about the name, and I hope that, eventually people will think of me when they think of David Duke. And I was like, man, that's just
fucking serious, David Duke. Like, he would have to be better than Michael Jordan to ever make people think of him before David Duke. Like, that is insane. Like,
I know, that's just so unfortunate. But I thought he was an interesting prospect. I mean, like, you could totally draft him in the second round, and it wouldn't surprise me.
And also, shame on his parents for even naming him that.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Name him Bob or something. Don't name him fucking David. Jesus, man.
Okay, here we go. Sharif Cooper to the Hawks at 48.
There we go. Okay.
The Hawks got Jalen Johnson and Sharif Cooper. They're fourth.
Sounds right,
they got my 13th and 16th players in the draft.
Nice. So as of so far, who do y'all like the best in terms of like who did the best and everything?
Wow. I would need to pull up a draft board to look at that.
I clearly have to have Houston up there.
I mean, yeah, shout out Houston for
just
sure.
on quantity and quality.
I think the Magic hit pretty hard tonight.
Yeah.
Kuminga and Suggs.
Oh, I also think the Warriors, what they were able to get in Kuminga and Moody, that's awesome.
Awesome.
Or Moody and Kuminga, excuse me, to the Warriors. And
they got Suggs and Franz.
That's right, yeah.
And then they had a good round 2 pick also. I can't remember who it was because I don't have the board in my damn face here. It's kind of annoying.
I like what the Hawks did.
I do, yeah. Getting Sharif and then getting going and getting like they took 2 good value picks, right? Jalen Johnson at 20 is good value, and then obviously Sharif in the second round is tremendous value.
I mean, Sharif could easily be like their version of like a Ginobili or something. I mean, like you could be like this late hit in round 2 that or I'm sorry, not that. More like a Monte Ellis, like just like a really explosive guard or something that just comes in like and completely just like outkicks his coverage.
Yeah. So the Thunder so far have ended up with Giddey, Trey Mann, Jeremiah Robinson Earl. That's not bad. That's a pretty good three right there.
I mean, like it's a very what if draft. We'll see.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're like a really good place there, for that and stuff. So
no one just stands out as like a shockingly bad, like the Davion pick. Yeah. But
Josh Primo, yeah.
Well, but then they got Wieskamp in the second round, which I think is a very good second round pick.
Yeah.
So the Kings of Davion. I'm not a Davion guy, so I think that's high. But he was mocked 7 to the Warriors the whole time, right? So it's not. I do
think it's funny that he's already mad about it, though. That's great.
That's awesome. I love it so much. That's the kind of content I'm here for. I'm trying to think, man. Yeah, like the Nuggets getting Highland is fun. I think that the Nets getting Cam Thomas is really fun.
I don't think that the Bucks had a pick, so them trading up to get Todd is good.
That is good. Yep.
Yeah.
No, that has been traded to the Wizards.
Oh, really? Wait, what now?
According to the NBA website, it says the Bucks drafted Isaiah Todd, reportedly traded to the Wizards via
I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So they get Corey Kispert and Isaiah Todd?
Let's see who all the Wizards ended up with. The Wizards got Corey Kispert at 15 and Isaiah Todd. Yep, that's it. Kispert and Todd. That's not bad.
It's not bad. Especially because I think that they said that they're probably going to trade David Bertans.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm shocked that they don't love that contract they handed out.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like the Nets are back on the clock here. We'll see who they get. Yeah, it's just so weird to like look at the best available and just think that there's still talent available, man.
There is. No, there definitely is.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm trying to. All right. So Sharif is gone. So that means all my first round guys. So my highest ranked guy is just one of my guys in this draft for the second round is Sam Hauser from Virginia. I don't know if you got to spend any time watching him. He honestly caught my eye about as much as Trey Murphy did. He's a 6'8" transfer from Marquette. He played with his brother there, and they transferred to different spots. And he thrived in Virginia. Just a 6'8" jump shooter, like straight up stretch four knockdown shooter. Same thing with Matthew Hurt.
Trey Murphy, I guess. Did they both play well together, or was Sam the like lead point getter?
I think Hauser averaged like 17 a game, so he was definitely one of the main guys. He's an upperclassman.
12, so
yeah. So Hauser was definitely one of the stars of that team.
The Nets took Marcus Zagorowski. Do you know anything about that dude?
Marcus Zagorowski.
He's not on your board. Unless he's in the 70s or something.
Nope.
He played at Creighton, it looks like.
Creighton. Yeah. Averaged 17 a game at Creighton.
Never even heard. This is the problem is that like you could literally look at like 80 guys and still not know somebody. Like it's
the funniest one, the year that this happened, I ranked 100 guys. Like there was not many guys I did not have on a board.
Yeah.
And that's when the Grizzlies drafted Wong Ji Lin, and I had never even heard of him. And I was like, who in the hell is Wong Ji Lin? I've looked at 100 guys. I've never heard of this guy.
Yeah. And, what a tool.
The funny part is I went to the Olympics in 2016 to cover basketball.
Yeah.
And Wong Ji Lin was like one of the players of the game for China after one of the games. So he got to go up on the podium, and I was like, holy shit, man, it's Wong Ji Lin. Like, this guy is a future Grizzlies legend. This is great. He was terrible. No, he couldn't play at all. I don't know how to get that.
So let's see. So the Utah Summer League starts next Monday, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's a quick turnaround.
Yeah. So obviously Zaire's not going to be in that because he doesn't become a Grizzly until Thursday.
That's right. That stinks.
But he should be able to join the team in Vegas, though.
And we won't have Aldama either because that was I guess there's no. Yeah, we will because there was no players involved, right? That can be they can consummate that. I
believe so. Yeah.
As long as there's not players, you're good.
I would imagine that most of those guys won't be there in Utah because I know that like last time Clark played in like both leagues, it was nuts. Like he played a lot. And then he ended up missing. I don't know if it was like the championship game or something. It was crazy. Like they didn't play Jaren in the championship game. I think whatever that they played Clark. Very
weird. Is Aaron Henry not been drafted?
No, I don't think so.
Wow. Yeah, Aaron Henry is a guy that I actually hope he angles to be undrafted and the Grizzlies can snag him. I really like Aaron Henry. Just like Lefty, it's actually funny. His jump shot reminds me quite a bit of Mike Conley at times. Like I would watch him and I'd be like,
Really?
holy crap,
Okay.
it's Conley shooting. He's not. He's bigger. He's 6'5", 6'6". He's a wing. But it's that lefty, like, I don't know what it is. Like 3 or 4 times I was like, holy crap, that's like identical to Mike Conley's jump shot.
Sixers
just
are
like
picking.
dribble, pass, shoot, wing. I'm always a fan of those.
Dude, I think it's crazy that like I really like John Conchar on the Grizzlies, and it's something that I don't know how he gets to play.
Yeah, Conchar was a favorite of mine in that draft. I had him ranked like in the low 40s, maybe even high 30s. He's good. I like John Conchar.
God damn it! It'd be cool if they would tell us who the Sixers picked.
Let's see. Good old Mark Tatum. You know you're a real Grizz fan or a real NBA fan when you're watching Mark Tatum fall out the picks.
Yeah. Sixers pick.
Okay. Petrusev, yeah. So he actually played at Gonzaga and was good. He was actually really good. And then he ended up leaving Gonzaga to go play professionally overseas.
Okay.
And all of a sudden he stretched his game. Like he was a true traditional center at Gonzaga. And then he ends up going overseas and adds a 3-point jumper and shot like 42% from 3 last year. So he's kind of a big, slower guy who added a 3-point shot. A little skeptical he ever a little skeptical he ever makes it in the league, but that's not a bad, that's not a bad swing there.
A bad dart, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wish I could just play the damn video and just let everybody watch the fucking draft, but YouTube hates people, so. Or if I could.
Oh, there you go. There's an interesting. The Clippers just traded up to 51 and took Brandon Boston.
Hey, that was our pick originally.
Yeah, sure was. So I guess I'm not surprised that Brandon Boston lasted this long, right? Like he was.
Yeah, he was really rough in college.
It was bad.
Would you like to have gotten Jalen Johnson and Brandon Boston though? At 51 and 17?
Jalen John. So of that group, I had Zaire ranked the highest. So I like Zaire the most.
Yeah, but I'm assuming over the two guys that they got, would you rather have had Jalen and Boston over Zaire and I don't know how to say the dude's name.
Aldama, I believe. No, I'm gonna rock with the Grizz, man. Like if they wanted to keep Aldama secret, I think I had Aldama 48th because he had some really good statistical indicators that suggested some of these guys that hit these indicators they end up being good picks. So
we traded back in?
No, they're doing the dumb thing. The trade's not official, so it's pretend like the Grizzlies picked.
Oh, gotcha.
Remember, this is where we swapped and got up to 40.
I got so excited all of a sudden. I was like, oh my god, what?
No, I don't know. I don't think I would. I mean, Brandon Boston's obviously a bigger name than Santi Aldama, but the Grizz like Santi, so that's what I'm rocking with.
Well, there you go. Plus he's
Brandon Boston was a huge recruit, man. Like huge. He actually, I think he was teammates with Zaire Williams. Let's see. They're actually going through it. Yeah, so it was Zaire Williams, Zaire Wade, who's Dwayne Wade's son, Bronny James, who's obviously LeBron's son, and Brandon Boston all played high school basketball together. It was a ridiculous high school team. And he was a high level, obviously any kid that comes out of Kentucky is like a 5-star recruit, so he was a big time recruit, but he just looked terrible. Like he had a sub 45 true shooting percentage. Like that's impressively bad to do. That's shot 30% from 3. He was just bad, and Kentucky was bad. And it's a weird COVID year, so you can kind of write all that stuff off. But he dropped, and you don't wish that on anybody. But he gets to go to the Clippers, which is not that bad of a situation. So.
Shit, I had a thought. I know it's totally out of my head. That's the worst. Let's see. We're at what, pick 50 at this point? 52?
Yes, 52.
Eight picks left.
Luka Garza. Yeah, whatever. That dude's not playing in the NBA. I mean, good grief, like I get it. He was like average a million points and a million rebounds.
He's like he's like an MVP. He's like college MVP and everything else.
Yeah, I know. So is Adam Morrison.
Hey, he lasted a couple of years.
Like an Adam Morrison reference of the night. Love
it. Do you think he's valuable, at least like Frank Kaminsky valuable, where he can do something, or he just has no value?
He just can't move. I think that he just can't. Like he cannot. He is going to get obliterated defensively. Like I know Jonas was a little bit of frustrating at times defending pick and rolls. Like Garza, oh man, that's all they do. They would just hunt him, and he can't move. Like he'll go make a bunch of money overseas. But hey, he's a good player, right? Like he's going to be a millionaire playing basketball, but just not in the
NBA. Tyler Hansbrough, it's probably like a little bit like the same there. He was 6'10" or so, 6'9", dude, all power forward. He played like 7 years in the league, and then I think he played like overseas for like a little bit, and then he retired back in 2016, I believe. But that was a huge Hansbrough guy.
But Psycho T could move a little bit. Like he wasn't a bad athlete.
Yeah. He wasn't a bad athlete. I think he was. I think he shot people at the combine. He had like a 37-inch vertical or something. He hits like lane drills were okay. He just wasn't very big. Like he was like a shorter dude, and he was more like a center, than anything. But I think didn't Bird draft him at like 14 or something?
He was a lottery pick.
Yeah. It was like the last pick in the lottery. I was so excited.
Psycho T, man. Hey, he just wants it more than everybody. So you can't knock his passion. He wants it, man.
I remember when he got punched in the face by I don't know, it was like Gerald Henderson or somebody, but like they came down and just clocked him in the face and busted his nose open. It was great.
Those were fun Duke UNC days.
Yeah,
like,
it really
the
was.
2000s was a good Duke UNC era.
I'm still
Charles Bassey to the Sixers.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
There
you go. That's a big. If you're a Memphis Tiger fan, you know Charles Bassey because he kicked your butt earlier in the season.
Chip, this is a question for you. Do you think Jose Alvarado will be drafted tonight?
Jose Alvarado?
Know who that is?
No.
Who is that?
What?
I have no idea.
Is that? Wait, someone said that in the chat?
Yes.
Oh, from Georgia Tech. Yeah. Okay. No, that would surprise me. He's short. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yes, from Georgia Tech. Yeah, he's like shorter than Sharif short, but he can play. He was really good at Georgia Tech and was like, shout out to Josh Pastner because he won some games off the back of Jose Alvarado.
So he's probably like a guy who would get like a two-way or something.
He's probably summer league, two-way, G League type guy. See, it's just tough, man. If you're not 6'2", 6'3" minimum, you're just have a really hard time making it in the NBA. Like there's very, very few exceptions.
All right, 76ers. I think it's Charles Bassey. Yeah, man, he did kill us. Yeah, like early on.
Killed the Tigers.
Yeah,
he was awesome in that game.
He's like super college talented. Did you think his game would translate at all?
He's like big, strong, moves decently well. Like he doesn't have a whole lot of like anything away from the basket to offer you, which you got to have at least a little bit, unless you're just like a crazy rim protector athlete, and he's not that. I think he's got a ways to go. I think his skill offensively needs to probably take a few leaps forward, but I mean, certainly physically is not going to have any problem in the NBA.
All right. So what do you got? Like 6 picks left?
Yeah, we're 54 with Indiana. Is that where Bassie went?
He went to the Sixers, I think, didn't he?
Sixers. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the Bucks. Yeah. This is the Bucks. They actually traded in. Yeah.
Gotcha. Is this their like only pick of the night?
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that when we did our mock, I was upset because he didn't because the Bucks didn't have any like it was like them and the Bulls didn't have any first round picks, I don't think either.
Yep, that's correct. The Bulls did make a selection though earlier when I was eating.
I don't know what they traded because I know that they
took Ayo.
Yes. Which I kind of like because I was telling Frank that I don't like Tomas.
Satoransky, not a big Sato guy.
I'm not. I think it sucks. Like, who was their coach before their current coach?
Boylan.
Fred Hoiberg.
Boylan, yeah, I think it was Boylan. Like he was just playing like Satoransky so many minutes, and he wasn't playing Kobe White, and I was just like, he just sucked. I don't know. So like, who's their coach now?
That's a great question.
Because they like just fired Boylan, right?
Yeah, they did.
Because I know that
off the top of my head, I don't know.
I know that Zach Levine,
Billy Donovan.
Yeah.
It is Billy.
Yeah. That they wanted Zach Levine like wanted out because he fucking hated Boylan because he's an idiot, and they went and got Billy Donovan.
Man, Sandro, my boy Sandro, he just went 54th to the Bucks. It's funny. He actually ended up 70th on my board. He was the last player I put on my board.
Oh, nice. All right.
He got there because Rocco Perkison pulled out late. I had Rocco in the top 20, and so I needed to add one more guy. And
I wanted Rocco.
I love Rocco. He probably is a lottery guy next year.
Yeah, I like he was projected around like in the late first, early second, and I was like, I wanted us to get back in to get him. I think he was. It's not a Perk or whatever. It's like a Pierkison or something. He's from Yeah, it's like a Russian sounding name.
Yeah. No, Rocco, he's fun because he doesn't care who you are. He's going to dunk on your ass. Like he's dunking everything. He's a really fun player.
I was really shocked that he pulled out actually.
Yeah, no, same.
All right, hitting the home stretch.
So Aaron Wiggins just went. He's kind of an interesting guy from Maryland, like 6'6", like just absolutely launches threes. Let's see, where did he? Is it Oklahoma City that he's going to? Yeah,
I don't know, man. It's annoying that they don't have all the little like icons correctly on here.
This is, I think, my number one like gripe with the draft is the fact that they act like these trades. Like, how many of these trades don't go through? They're so conservative with like, oh well, it's Oklahoma City's pick. Well, okay, that pick's been traded 9 times. It's not.
Yeah, it's annoying that like Woj he's announcing something that happened like a half an hour ago.
I know. It's funny. It'll change eventually. We just live in like the Twitter era where we know about it, way before it happens. So, but Aaron Wiggins, he's a guy that's a pretty good player from Maryland. Like he needs to shoot probably a little higher percentage, but like he chucks threes. So, that's kind of fun, I guess.
Jesus, dude. This tweet from Wojnarowski, the Lakers and Wizards have agreed on a trade for Russell Westbrook, has 123,000 likes.
Wow.
And then like his next thing about Sharif Cooper has 6. Like that's dude, the fucking man, that's a lot of fucking people like in LA.
The Lakers are popular.
Yes. Dude, I was shocked when I heard that there were more people in LA than there were in all of Canada. I was like, what? That's not possible.
Well, hey, man, I moved there. What can I say? Adding to that population.
How expensive is it there? Is it crazy?
Yeah. I mean, it's more expensive than Memphis for sure.
Well, yeah, obviously. Jesus Christ. I mean, like I think we're like what, like the third lowest or something.
Yeah, that was definitely like you pay definitely more for like housing and stuff. You know, if you rent or buy, it's going to be quite a bit more expensive than anything in Memphis. Like other than that, it's like stuff is marginally more expensive. I would. It's not like you go buy a McDonald's hamburger and instead of it being $5, it's $10. It's like no, it's nothing crazy like that.
That's a pick 56 here. So what the Hornets got? What James and who else?
Let's see the Hornets have.
Or is it only James so far?
Hornets have drafted James Bouknight.
Because they traded somebody. I thought that they drafted a point guard. I thought, and then they traded him. So no.
They got Kai Jones too.
That's right. Yeah. They I'm thinking the Magic. The Magic took a point guard and then like traded him away to somewhere else because it made like no sense whatsoever.
Yeah. So Kai Jones and Bouknight, I am honestly lower than a lot of people on both of those guys. So I don't love it, but like I could see where some people would really be a fan of their draft.
Yeah. I expect our draft to get like a C.
Yeah, I do not. This is going to be one of the ones where like I do not think that people are going to be big fans of the Grizz draft, and that's okay. Like, that was by design with Aldana, right? Like they didn't want anyone to know about it. The Zaire thing, I think some people love him, some people hate him. He's a polarizing prospect.
I think it's funny. I'm just getting texts from people being like, "Oof," and it's like sending me links of like of people talking about our picks and saying that they're bad and stuff or whatever. It's just like, all right, I mean, whatever.
I know. I sometimes feel like I'm like a PR arm of the Grizzlies after the draft. Like, no, it's okay. Like, let me explain this to you. It's fine. Like,
trust me, okay. 4 years ago, he was the MVP. Okay, extrapolate on that talent. It's gonna be even better.
Okay, so Scotty Lewis is going here. He's actually like really fun highlight reel guy. Like 6'5" wing from Florida, played at Trey Man. Crazy athlete, like awesome.
Oh,
athlete.
yeah.
Like,
do you see the dude who like jumped over the rim almost or whatever into the combine?
Yeah, he's nuts. Like he's like Keon Johnson light or something. Like
I think Lewis was the dude that was like breaking like Twitter that day because he jumped and just went like this, and his like head was legit right here or something. It was He had like a 46-inch vertical or something or whatever, and he's like 7 or something.
Okay, so I think you're thinking of the guy from the center from Texas that did that. Golly, what's his name? I'm tired, man. We've been on this thing for a long time. My brain's not working.
It was an agent workout for a certain agency, and like in it had
Jericho Sims.
Yes,
Sims. Texas.
Yeah. He was like just insanely just dunking everything. It was crazy.
Jericho Sims was like insane athlete. Like unfortunately he's 6'10", 240, and he jumps like that. He's crazy.
Yeah. Is he like DJ Steffens, where he would just like jump over everything?
Like he's not. Very few people are DJ Steffens athletes. That guy was unreal.
He could jump, dude. It was ridiculous.
Jericho Sims was a great athlete, but like he was pretty clearly the third best big behind Greg Brown and Kai Jones, and he was older than most of them. So,
yeah, dude. DJ Steffens, he should have become like a professional dunker, and it's like like toured and done that instead.
No, he plays overseas. I know. I think he's won dunk contests and stuff.
I know.
So.
But I mean, like what's the dude's name? Jordan something. His last name's like a K, but he's like a professional dunker, and that's what he does. He travels, he does halftime shows, he wins contests and stuff, and that's all he does. And his dunks are ridiculous.
A great Harlem Globetrotter.
Yeah, DJ would be great at that for sure, man. I'll never forget that picture of him where he was literally kissing the rim.
Oh yeah, very cool.
Like some guys get close with that. His lips were literally touching the rim. Like,
yeah,
man,
he's a freak.
Yep.
Like I always felt that a team should have signed him just so he could have done the like dunk contest. Because I feel like that's what happened with the dude in like Utah, right?
Yeah.
They had some dude and they like literally called him up from the G League just to like let him in or whatever.
That Derek Jones.
Yeah. You mean when Wade fucking cheated for him? Yeah, it was great.
Oh, nice. Next pick, Balsa Kapodica from Florida State. I only know this guy from watching Scotty Barnes stuff. He was his teammate at Florida State, and big, gigantic, 7'1" guy.
Barnes and then like in the background, he's like doing things or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look, there's this big giant dude.
Look at that guy.
Good for him. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I have no Balsa take. I didn't scout the guy at all, other than I know he was teammates with Scotty Barnes.
Nice. Did you see what Jeff Teague said after the Bucks won? He said he felt that he got an A on the project. Project. He fucking didn't do anything.
I love it. That's some self-awareness right there.
Good for Jeff Teague and Budenholzer, though. They finally got their ring.
Who?
Budenholzer.
Oh,
and Jeff Teague. Yeah, because they went back to the Atlanta days, man.
Yeah, they should have signed Kyle Korver right before the playoffs.
Oh, Kyle. I think it's crazy to me that in round 2, people had them firing Budenholzer. They were like, oh, he's out of here.
If Durant wears a smaller size shoe, Budenholzer might be fired.
He might have been out of there. Yeah.
Yeah. I was in Atlanta at like hotel. I was just watching that game. I was like, that's one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. And then they like zoomed in on his damn toe, and I was like, oh my god. So it was just like such like a heroic moment. It was so crazy for like sports or whatever. And yeah, man, they just got him in like overtime. It was crazy. Let's see. The New York Knicks are back at pick 58.
So I will say, so I do have a couple guys that have not been drafted. That is surprising. Okay. So I'm high on Sam. We talked about Sam Hauser. I'm high on him. I am not. If he goes undrafted, it would not surprise me. Austin Reeves from Oklahoma. I don't know if you guys watched him at all.
I know a little bit about him, but yeah, that's shocking that hasn't at least. I mean, like, I expected him to get drafted over fucking Luka Garza. Like Jesus Christ, like.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Daisha Nix is also a little bit surprising.
Yeah, it's also shocking.
Matthew Hurt, a guy I'm high on, a little bit surprising. I think that's all my top 50 guys. Raekwon Gray from Florida State, who's this strange, poor man Zion Williamson guy.
The Knicks pick is in here. Let's see who they're taking. Don't worry, you should just take your time to tell us, ESPN. Sweet Jesus.
Heck, look, it's been 2.5 hours. Let's just drag this thing out.
Dude, bro, it's been a long time. We're at 4 hours.
3.5 hours. No. Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's been 4 hours on this video, and we were doing an hour before that.
Yeah, we've been going since 6:30, baby.
You guys are monsters. That's unbelievable. I'm feeling fatigued. I'm there. Good for you guys.
All right. I guess y'all just tell me when the pick is in, because ESPN sucks.
See if anyone scooped this thing here. Jericho Sims. There we go. We were just talking about him.
Nice.
To the Knicks at 58. So, yeah, you can go watch a cool highlight of him jumping around.
Yeah, of him dunking with his head.
It is impressive that a 6'10", 6'11", 240-pound man jumps as high as he does.
Yeah,
he just is not that good at basketball, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. So I sat there and watched most of that workout, and it's like Jalen. It was Jalen Johnson, Kai Jones, him, and somebody else. I forget.
Greg Brown. If it was Kai and Jericho,
I don't know. It was like agents workout, and you could see like Johnson run the floor hard as hell. You could see Kai Jones run the floor, and them doing drills, and then watch Sims do it, and he's like having problems dribbling at like faster speeds up the court and stuff, and everything else. Still waiting. This is ridiculous. Yeah. So I mean, but I don't know, man. I mean, like he's a pure athlete, right?
Yeah, but he's also old. Like he's a senior and just not a ton of development over the years. Like,
is he as old as Chris Duarte?
He's not as old as Chris Duarte. Chris Duarte's got the belt on that. He's the oldest dude that I know of.
I don't think I'm as old as Chris Duarte. So I mean,
oh, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was
banging his head on the rim.
Ridiculous.
I mean, it is crazy. Like he moves, like really gets up really well for a guy as big as he is. I mean, it is wild that they had him, Greg Brown, and Kai Jones. That was their big rotation. All three were drafted, and that's their big rotation. And they're all ridiculous athletes for their size.
It's crazy that they didn't do more.
They weren't very good. I know. That's what's like. Shaka Smart left. They had to replace their coach. So, yeah.
It's nuts that Shaka Smart was so good at like VCU, and then he replaced who was the like, Texas coach before him?
Rick Barnes, our old buddy Rick Barnes.
And then he just has not panned out, man. And I was listening to like a program. They were saying that like the College of Texas thinks that their basketball program is up there with UCLA and all these like elite schools, and it's like it's just not. And so they were saying that their expectations are just so high that it's hard to even like hire there. That like they wouldn't got like Calipari or something, whatever. They would probably be like also mad at him or something.
Yeah.
All right, so the Nets got another pick here.
They may be high now because they just got they like as a program because Chris Beard is one heck of a coach that they just hired from Texas Tech.
Gotcha.
He had him in the national title game a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean you're
Derek Culver.
That was against Virginia.
Man, that's a great question. It's
weird, right?
Great question, Drew. I love it. That's a great question. We should find the answer out. They lost. I do remember that. They did not win the national championship. That was Jared Culver
Jared Culver, who the Timberwolves want to trade.
I took a flyer on Jared Culver.
Yeah.
I'd get him out of Minnesota and see if he what he has.
Get everybody out of Minnesota. Those poor players. All right, who the Nets taking here? Who's the like next champion by fucking default here?
Ray,
yeah.
Discount Zion.
It's a Diet Coke version of Zion Williamson.
It's like if Zion couldn't jump. Like he's strong as heck and like the same size. He just can't jump like Zion can.
It's Zion if Zion wasn't Zion, just
pretty much. I mean,
if you couldn't jump over the moon, yeah.
That's my take. Okay, yeah, you were right. They did. Texas Tech lost to Virginia in that national championship game. That was Kyle Guy, Ty Jerome, DeAndre Hunter. So
I think Kyle Guy is on the teams right now, isn't he?
He is. Yep.
And that's probably like the whitest name in the entire world, Kyle Guy.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, just imagine he walks around in his like high school like Letterman's jacket and shit. All right, so we got Kyle Guy. All right, so we got one pick left. It is the Pacers. Who will be Mr. Irrelevant here? Who do you think it's going to be?
A European player I've never heard of.
Okay. Santi Aldama?
I've heard of Santi Aldama.
I think it's going to be Joel. Let's go with the guard from...
Joel, Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like Joel Ligai hasn't been drafted.
Dude,
Austin
he
Reeves,
was
Aaron Henry,
projected super early, man. That's crazy.
Sam Hauser. There's several guys that I had up in the 30s that are going to end up. Oh, and our buddy Rens Blyberg from Belgium.
Who
Remember?
the fuck is that?
You don't have you haven't heard of Rens?
No, man. Who is that?
So he was a Grizzly fan favorite. Rens is like the 6'10" point guard from Belgium.
Gotcha.
I thought he was worth like a roll of the dice in the second round.
See,
But it looks like he's going to.
I'm not a fan of the bowls and the Taco Falls fucking like those are like sideshow freaks to me. I don't want those dudes, man. Like those guys that were 6'11", like can only do guard skills and they can't guard anybody in the freaking game and they don't know what the hell they are.
With Rens, he put up like mediocre at best numbers in the Belgian league, which is I've literally never seen a draft prospect come from the Belgian league. So I don't think it's a very good league.
What are we? Weird night, man.
Yeah, some good guys are going to go undrafted here. So there's going to be some interesting guys available. Like Conchar, I remember being very surprised.
Yeah. I remember you texted me. You're talking about that he's like super like analytic, dude or whatever. That everybody who follows that stuff really likes him and stuff and everything.
Yeah, I get the Conchar. I guess Purdue Fort Wayne. There's probably not a whole lot of people watching that. On Thursday nights. But
dude, if I was them, I would take a flyer out on Knicks. He had a lot of potential. Throw him in like like in Vegas and try and see what he's got.
Yeah.
Like Reeves also, it's a 6'5" guard, can shoot a little bit, play some defense. He's not super athletic. Doesn't have a very big ceiling, but he plays hard as hell. All right. Pacers with the last pick of the draft. Here we go. I like that. I'm listening as if I was like also drafted. Like, yeah, thanks, man. This really means a lot to me.
Mark's such a good guy.
Chip called it.
Chip called it.
There you go. I have no take. I've never heard of that. They could have made that name up, and I'd.
All right, guys. Thank y'all so much for hanging out. This was more enduranceing than I thought it was going to be. I was like, yeah, it's only like a few hours. I have to be up early to go get my tags. That's going to be a huge pain in the ass. So any last thoughts here, guys? Certain teams, certain players, anything that we're expecting going forward?
I guess we'll do like a Grizzlies parting shot here. I think it was a surprising draft a little bit just because I don't think anyone had them pegged correctly. It seems like they threw out a bunch of red herrings to keep everyone off their scent. And it worked. I actually put out like a small little graphic before the draft. Let me see if I can find it here really quick.
I know that I texted you at some point and I told you that let's see if I can find it or whatever. Let's see here. I guess talk about your graph real quick. I'll find this.
Okay. So I had Zaire Williams and Alperson Sengun kind of in the same target, or in the same bracket, and I said the Grizz did it. They threw everybody off their scent and took a swing, and that's exactly what they did with Zaire. No one was mocking Zaire to the Grizzlies at 10, but it makes sense. And then the same thing with Santi Aldama, the nugget from ESPN that basically they shut him down and he didn't work out with anybody else and was going as far as to tell teams not to draft him. Is crazy. It's wild. So that was interesting. It's a fun draft though, right? We got a couple of trades. It was honestly difficult to keep up with who was picking for who because the way that they do that trade stuff. I think the Sharif thing was wild. Seeing him drop Josh Primo, obviously going 12 was completely shocking. I think Giddey to 6. No one really saw that coming. No one had that mocked with OKC, right? Like that was pretty surprising. I know I did, but like no real people who do real mock drafts.
Thanks, DC, man.
Yeah, DC.
So yeah, thanks, man. But yeah, no, fun draft.
So I texted you. I don't know this exact day, or whatever, but it was when Chad Ford came on here in Memphis, and he said that we were mainly linked to Franz Wagner and Zaire Williams. And so I texted you, and your comment, your text back was just like the homie Zaire. So I think that Chad Ford kind of had it linked there. And that makes perfect sense because I feel like both those are the two guys that we were trying to get. And then as soon as Franz went, 9 or something or 8, it became Zaire. So, and when I did my video, I had Moosey, I'm tired. I had Moody at 1, but I have absolutely no problem taking Zaire here and going for it. If he pans out to be who we think, Ja, him, and Jaren could be a really great trio. So I'm totally cool with that. And then at 30, dude, I have no idea who's going to be good and who's not going to be good. So, I mean, like they're taking a flyer on this kid. Yep. Maybe he's really awesome. I have no idea. You know, at that point, you're just throwing darts at a board, man. And, you know, if he's good, my only hope is that he actually comes here and plays in his first year because it is a guaranteed contract year and everything or whatever. So hopefully that happens. Frank, any last words for you, man?
I'd just like to echo what you guys said. I'm pretty excited about these Grizz picks. I know they might not be the most popular on the Grizz Twitterverse, but that Zaire Williams pick, I think that's a huge swing for a guy that could really fill areas of need for us moving forward. And
definitely.
You look at guys like Michael Bridges specifically. I think of somebody like him can be a target for Zaire Williams as a player for us, just as a baseline. Come in, produce at the 3, give us some solid defense. I'd be super satisfied with that pick. And then number 30, like you guys said, I think I don't know if the Grizz are pulling some mastermind stuff there with this guy, but just based off what I've seen off some quick YouTube clips, it seems like he's got a smooth shot. So I'm excited to see more from him.
Yeah, I mean, the only guy that like I might have wanted to have gotten there at 30 is like Jared Butler or something maybe, just because like he mocks well, and maybe like a Joe Weisenkamp maybe or something. But it's that
was the thing about this draft, man, is it was after the top 6 or so, it was really unpredictable. It seemed like guys were going places and going, I think, well above where they were projected. So
the Rockets killed it. The Magic did great. The Warriors did great. A lot of fun drafts here. But this is I think this draft was full of talent. I can't wait to see now as agents start hitting phones and stuff to see like where all these guys who didn't get drafted, because these guys are going to start getting snatched up immediatly. Now that it's not on this. So in the next hour we're going to know about 20 guys who are going places. I'm just hoping that the Grizz take a couple of chances. For everybody else who's still here, or if you've watched this long, we are going to be talking about the summer leagues for Utah and the Vegas leagues when they hit. We'll be maybe we'll try to if YouTube's already playing stuff, maybe we'll be able to like show you games and stuff or whatever. But so be like on the lookout for that. Once free agency hits next week, we will be doing videos on free agents and all that stuff, whatever. So please stay tuned. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. It was super long. My voice is done. Guys, any last words before we call it here?
Just thanks everybody for sticking around. It's been super fun night.
Thank you guys. This was awesome. This was really fun. It was exhausting, but it was this was great. So thank you guys for hanging around.
It was such a fun idea until we're actually doing it, and then it's just like, oh my god, guys. All right, guys. So until next time, see you.
Let's go, Grizz.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you. Later, guys.
Just the finale on the first round for Vince Carter.
Oh, it's over, ladies and gentlemen.